to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, Thursday. Probably the only good news for you sports fans, unless you're an A's fan, is that it's Thursday and we're sniffing the weekend. Because if you're a Giants fan, you got to be pissed right now. But I don't want to start the day like that. I want to say it's Baby Friday. You'll be drinking at noon and all the good things we say on a Thursday. Happy Thursday, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. What's up, brother?
Murph, happy Baby Friday. Yes, it is a Thursday morning. We're getting closer and closer to the weekend and closer to the Giants getting the hell out of Boston.
How about closer and closer to this the whole thing going sideways?
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. I kind of slept on this road trip, and they had this long homestand. We were luxuriating. You went to every freaking game. Mm-hmm. We were shining spotlights on Doval, all that stuff. And I said, I kind of looked the other day. I'm like, where are they going next? And then I looked, and I said, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What? Boston, Philly, Colorado, 3-city road trip. First of all, 3-city road trips anywhere are always going to get your attention. And then second of all, Boston, even though we know it's not a star-studded Red Sox team, it's a foreign place. And as we documented yesterday, kind of a house of horrors for the Giants.
What are they now, 2-10?
2-8. 2-8. For whatever reason, that ain't their plot. That ain't their spot, brother. That ain't their. You can bring a Yastrzemski. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yes or no yes. You're not winning ball games in that ballpark.
And then I saw Philly, and they're playing good ball. Yeah. They're banging the ball around. That's a tiny little ballpark, and you can just see Bryce Harper leaving the yard, and Castellanos and Schwarber. And then I was like, oh boy, I don't like this road trip. And then Denver, and already now you're 0-2. In this road trip.
Yeah.
But day baseball today.
Yeah, that's the thing. Quick turnaround this morning. Looking forward to seeing Kyle Harrison on the bump today. Hopefully he can stop the sweep. But yeah, it felt terrible seeing Logan Webb get bounced out of the game in 3 2/3 innings the other day. And then yesterday, we get the dreaded bullpen game, which I think we all had expectations going into it that it wasn't going to work.
And it didn't.
Yeah.
Eric Miller did pitch a shutout first inning, if anybody missed it. Probably John Joe Curley's all-time favorite Giant, Dalton Jefferies, then came in. 2-2. Poor this guy. I mean, listen, I don't want to make this guy like this, the absolute target of our rage, but I will say he has been affiliated with 2 very depressing games this year.
Look, all I'm saying is Dalton Jefferies show up and things go sideways.
Yeah, that's the deal.
Whether it's Joey Bart being DFA'd and now him being on the Pittsburgh Pirates, whether it's the fact that they recalled Dalton Jefferies yesterday from Triple E just to send down Landon Roop. Like I said, this is the first time that Dalton Jefferies started a bullpen game. Give me Landon Roop as your starter. The reason why they were going to send him down to AAA was to lengthen him out anyways and get him back in the starting rotation, or at least pitching like a starting pitcher. Well, if you have an opening in your rotation, why not go with Landon Roop instead of a bullpen game?
I can't disagree with you. They obviously, these guys think about these things and they come to their reasoning, but whatever reasoning they come to is wrong. Yeah. It's wrong. It's just flat out. So whatever their logic is faulty. However they're coming to these conclusions.
I always love when someone's wrong and it's like, no, I'm going to double down. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to give you a double dose of Dalton.
Shout out Colin Kaepernick sitting at Radio Row with us in 2013 saying, I'll throw that past to Crabtree every time. I'm like, yeah, and we're going to be sitting here every time with a loss.
Not a great idea, Cap. Not a great idea.
So Dalton Jefferies, 2 2/3, 5 hits, 4 earnings. I mean, he gave up 4 earnings and 2 2/3. So yeah, so if everybody forgets, it was this opening weekend in San Diego after they won the Friday and Saturday game and had this little kind of vibe around them. I was like, I remember sending out the tweet on Saturday saying, 2.5 games in, man, I'm loving what I'm seeing because Jordan Hicks was pitching great in that Saturday Fox game, and then they gave the ball to him on Sunday.
Dude, the aura was feeling good after those first 3 games in San Diego.
And then Jeffries just went out in San Diego and got clobbered, and our producer, John Joe Curley, the pride of West Portal, sent out a rage-filled thread text going, what is going on? Where's the killer instinct? Why are they doing this? I can't stand. Whose idea? And I said, bro, it's game 4. Chill out. Well, it turns out Curls was on it. Curls was on it. It all started there. So they're 14-17 now. Or, as we like to say here in the Bay Area, a worse record than the Oakland Athletics. And that, my friends, is a true story. I ain't riffing.
Wow.
The A's finished off a sweep of the Pirates yesterday. Shout out Joey Bart. Joey's been like, damn. Joey's like, damn, I was in the Bay the whole time. I didn't know they had a team over here.
Yeah, he's like, what's going on across the Bay? This is how they play ball in Oakland?
The A's are now 15-17. The Giants are 14-17.
You know what makes it feel even worse? Like when you go to the ESPN box score this morning, there's a picture of Dalton Jefferies right next to the loss column, and it's got him in an A's hat.
Oh, bro, are you serious?
I swear, it's got Dalton Jefferies' face in an A's hat. 0-2 now on the season.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
That's rich.
That's a little dark humor.
That is
a little too dark for 6:05 in the morning.
Sometimes dark humor works, though, bro. Sometimes you got to go dark. You got to go. We've said this at various points during the years on the show. Sometimes when you're down and out, you just got to go dark, man.
There it is.
And laugh.
Dalton Jefferies in an A's hat.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's perfect. So, well, anyway, we'll do the pregame today, 9:35 a.m., 10:35 first pitch. And again, like I said, this thing, man, they've scored 2 runs now in the first 2 games there. I'll just throw a few at you here, buddy.
Oh, please do.
So, Jorge Soler, I know, tough deal, hit the 2 hardest hit balls of the night.
Snapping bats over his knee.
Which way, have you ever tried to do that?
Me? No, personally.
Yeah. Because, well, first of all, you always use aluminum bat,
Yeah, and second of all, I was a pitcher by the time I got to college and wood bat leagues.
Were you what they call PO?
Oh, dude, everybody is essentially a PO when you get to college.
First of all, I didn't hear PO until 4 or 5 years ago. One of my buddies, his kid was on the varsity baseball team at TAM. I said, "What's going on with the hitting?" He goes, "No, he's PO." I said, "What do you mean PO? What did we send a PO box?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to send him a letter, a self-addressed stamped envelope with a PO box?"
Yeah, he's a pitcher only.
Pitcher only.
Mm-hmm.
When did you guys use that phrase in your day?
Oh yeah, it's like I said. Once you get to college and there's about 50 guys on the roster, half of them are POs, the others are position players. But I would during summer ball with the Santa Clara Red Sox, we'd go up to Danville and play in the Danville Hoots tournament. That was an all wooden bat tournament. So every once in a while, I'd get in, still hold down the hot corner, show off my glory days from high school, and get up there with the wooden bat.
The Matt Chapman of the Santa Clara Red Sox. So I never used a wood because I never played past my junior year in high school, and so we always used aluminum.
You guys did aluminum in that adult league too, down in L.A.?
Yeah, we did.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have thought that would have been wood bat.
No. We used aluminum back then. So yeah, I've never used a wood bat. Maybe I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 times I did as a goof in that league, but no, wasn't a wood bat.
Well, young Tony, here's the thing: we got a couple wood bats hanging around in the studio. Should we have Murph try to do a live broken bat test over his knee on the live stream?
How great would that be? Honestly, I see those kids who break 6 blocks of wood. Those little martial arts kids.
Yeah, we're talking karate.
Yeah. Nice. I like that emphasis on syllables.
Karate.
I know that means you're legit, buddy. Yeah. I've never understood how that works. You could train me for a freaking year and I wouldn't be able to do that. I'm just telling you. I wouldn't. And so the ability to break that, I don't know. Do you have to hit it in the right part of the handle? Do you have to? And people know what we're talking about. Jorge Soler snapped a bat over his knee last night out of frustration after hitting a 110-mile-an-hour line drive right into the glove of Rafael Devers. I don't know. Do you have to kind of pick the perfect spot on the handle?
I think it's perfect spot. Yeah, you're right. That's a good question. I wonder how many baseball bats Bruce Lee could break.
And I wonder how many guys who've done it through the years. Obviously, the one we always think of is Bo Jackson,
of course,
right? But it's been happening.
Doing it over his helmet.
He did it over his head. So it takes. Well, that's just pure.
That's just doing a lat pull down and just snapping it over your head. Yeah,
I don't get that. I don't know what kind of strength that is, brother.
Bo Jackson was built different.
Yeah.
We all know that.
So that's the that's the situation right now. We're snapping bats over knees.
Yeah, and Jorge did it pretty easy. Young Tony was telling me on the postgame show, actually, Alex Pavlovich tried to break one over his knee. Did not have the same success as Jorge Soler.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's going to go soundly. So they did that. They stole your bit there. So Soler 0 for 4. He's at a 689 OPS. Chappie last night 1 for 4. He's got a 636 OPS. Yaz last night 1 for 3. The bunt 646 OPS.
Dude, the cojones on Yaz laying down a bunt, second and third, 2 outs.
I love that. He saw the third baseman back. Estrada 1 for 4 with a 661 OPS. And here's a guy who quietly we're just sort of letting get by. Nick Ahmed last night, 0 for 3, 577 OPS. Shout out Johnny LeMaster. All right, shout out Johnny LeMaster.
And shout out to people who were chirping us on the text line a couple weeks ago. Nick Ahmed's batting 290. See, I told you he's better than Crawford.
And that was the exact voice they used, too.
That was the exact voice they used. Yeah, his batting average has dropped 50 points over the last week.
All right, well, A's fans rejoice, although they're in a pickle because they don't want to be happy for John Fisher. Right?
Hell no.
They're in a pickle. They got 4,000 out there yesterday.
And I was not one of them, Murph. I told you I'm protesting.
I know. How about that? You're denying yourself the ability to watch some ball in the sunshine.
I know, man. I could have done it yesterday.
Yeah. And probably would have cost, the whole thing would have probably cost you $18. Like food, beer, transportation.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, unless I'm hopping on BART, parking costs more than a beer and the ticket to get into the game.
Hop on BART. You walk right in there, man. So anyway, we got the NBA going. The Celtics move on. The Mavs take a 3-2 lead on the Heat.
A couple blowouts last night.
Yeah, nothing any good there. But I think the focus today is the baseball team pretty much.
Yeah.
As we sharpen our knives and boil up our rage. Tell you what, I was a big Bob Melvin guy, big Matt Williams, Pat Burrell guy right now. All three of those guys who I love and respect, they ain't getting it done. They ain't getting it done. Now, it's early days, but this thing could go sideways in a hurry on this road trip. So, with that angry, rage-filled opening segment, let's go to break. Second morning to Young Tony on the other side. Get the guest list. Try to make something. We're going to try to make some kind of lemonade out of these lemons or something like that. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants baseball. Torture!
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Monty Poole stopped by the Papa and Lunch Show yesterday morning to talk about the Warriors' offseason plans with Klay Thompson and whether or not they're going to involve guys like Kevin Durant and LeBron James. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
KNBR. This is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Valdez, left-handed hitter. Dalton Jefferies throws, and he drives one to left. And this one's going to be off the wall. That'll score the run easily. Valdez digging for second. The throw, the tag, he is safe. That one is hit hard and fair down the first base line. It's going to kick off against the sidewall and roll all the way into the corner. Duran can fly around second, heading for third. The run is in. Duran into third with a stand-up triple. In fact, he rounds third and stops.
Now Wong drives one deep into center. On the run is Lee. Goes one way, and now it's way over his head and goes all the way to the wall out there. Coming around third, Abreu, and he'll score on a spectacular double to center field by Connor Wong, and that's his third hit of the game. 6-2 Boston.
Oh, man, free falling 2 in a row. We're free falling 2 in a row. They won on Sunday. Don't forget. Wait, was it Sunday? Yeah, it's Sunday because today is Thursday. Monday off. They lost Tuesday, Wednesday.
You got it.
They haven't won since Sunday. And young Tony with the free fall. I probably would reserve this for like a 6 or 7 game losing streak.
Yeah, but anytime I can get young Tony giving me some Tom Petty, I'm down with it, Murph.
Except for given some conversations I've got on the hallways around here, I can tell you when this song was released, brother, and I can tell you it's a little closer to my era than yours, bro. So that one's
it hits with me, Murph.
Nobody who's speaking right now requested that rejoin. Oh!
I would have requested it, though.
Young Tone, how are you, brother? Young Tony Farias. We say good morning to him. I'm still going to get into the habit of saying good morning to the young producer, sometimes because he was off mic for so long. Got to get in that habit. But he's back not only on mic, on screen.
Dude.
Check him out on YouTube.
The muzzle has been taken off of young Tony, and you can see him live on YouTube, on Twitch, and on the KNBR app.
Tony, have you noticed since that camera's been up a significant surge in your social media followings?
Actually, like 2 people followed me yesterday.
Yeah.
It's after we dropped his Twitter handle and everybody found out that he's a college ultimate Frisbee player.
Bro, and by the way, he spoke about it afterwards that like it was like he'd been in the NFL Combine.
Yeah, he's like, what are you guys ripping me for?
This is serious stuff, yeah.
I said, then he goes, I did notice that every guy, all of my teammates were, what were they, engineers? What were
mechanical engineers. Like 75% of the people that go to Cal Poly are mechanical engineers.
Everybody knows the mechanical engineers are the best ultimate Frisbee players.
They are for sure. Actually, Cal Poly's definitely, like, there are a ton of kids from my son's high school going to Cal Poly who are not engineers, turning more into I wouldn't say it's turning more into, but more liberal arts now, more just kind of wide-ranging.
Business as well, big business school, yeah.
There you go, buddy.
Just go there for anything.
You majored in the
Free
business.
plug.
Well, a buddy of mine who sent his kid there said, in this crazy college world, ROI, as they say, return on investment, Cal Poly leads the list. Because if you're a California resident, that tuition is so manageable. And in the world of college tuition, that is devastating. If you go anywhere out of state or private, bro, forget it. You have to mortgage your life to send your kid to college. But Cal Poly in California for a quality education and a great town, my buddy says the #1 ROI in the country.
And I was an out-of-state kid.
Oh, wow. How was it tough, the tuition?
Yeah, it's not ideal, but I think we get residency after 3 years. It gets cheaper. But yeah, coming from Kentucky, the transcripts out there, I mean, it transfers over. So you had to pay out-of-state tuition for me.
I think for the California kids, it's an amazing bargain. So anyway, well, listen, anything to not talk about the San Francisco Giants and their loss to the Boston Red Sox yesterday. Where are you now? Are you filled with rage and are you
starting
patient?
to get concerned?
Yeah,
starting to get concerned.
Just because of 2 games?
I mean, listen, I'll give you a mulligan on the first game going to Boston cross country, but second game,
flight.
He's still going with that 6-hour flight.
I mean, they had the day off. I get it. Logan Webb wasn't right. I'll give you that. But yesterday, that's just not acceptable. They got to be better. Mason Black looked good in AAA.
Ooh.
So we were talking about this, this whole idea that now, if every game matters, Farhan told us that every second counts because he saw that in the TV show The Bear.
Right? No move too small.
That's what he said on his very first press. Did you know that, Tony? That on his
I heard that,
his very first press conference, Henry Schulman, the outgoing Giants beat writer, said to him, "If you could sum up, I think it was Henry, but he said, if you could sum up your philosophy or your overarching philosophy," and he said, "No move too small." I'm like, bro. you are putting the force behind those words like we've never, like you read about.
Yeah.
Do you hear that stat from Kerry Crowley that last night's starting lineup did not feature a single homegrown player?
I heard that this morning from my guy Overnight Dave.
That's a tough stat to swallow.
It's a little concerning. Now, of course, Patrick Bailey had the night off. He would be the one homegrown player that you do have in your lineup night in and night out. But it is a concern, especially when we've talked about this a lot when it comes to the MLB draft. Yeah, I said the MLB draft. And whether or not the Giants should focus more on homegrown bats versus pitching.
By the way, you were right because the subject of your sentence was the draft, not the MLB.
Thank you, Murph.
There you go, buddy.
I feel like I'm in English class.
Yeah, well, you did well. A for Marcus, sit up the front of the class.
Yeah, but it's something that I've always argued for. The Giants drafted more bats, and they've done that recently with guys like Bryce Eldridge down in San Jose. But this is a ballpark that attracts pitchers. And we see with this club right now, they have pitching, but they're still losing games because of the lack of offense. It's hard to recruit hitters to come to San Francisco, to come to this ballpark, even though the Giants bring in the center field walls, put the bullpens there. It's one of the shortest center field walls in all of baseball, but still, they can't get the big bat free agents. We thought they got a couple so far this offseason with guys like Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman, but they're just not producing right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, to counter your argument there, they did. I mean, Soler's a 30-homer guy, and Chapman's, again, he's not a batting average guy, but he's a power guy. He should hit north of 20 homers. And Jung Hoo Lee was supposed to be spraying balls around the yard. So, they did make an effort to bring in. I mean, Conforto theoretically is a bat.
Correct. But all those guys you just named were outside pieces. And that was my point to Kerry Crowley saying there's no homegrown guys in the lineup. They don't have a lot of homegrown bats in the system.
Right. And that's been away for a long time. The last all-star outfielder they drafted, this stat is incredible, man. Chili Davis. Chili Davis.
That was the last all-star outfielder. Huh?
That they drafted.
Yeah. Wow.
Dude, that's insane.
That's a hell of a stat.
I mean, I don't know if you can go to other franchises and find a similar stat. Maybe not. I haven't done a deep dive into the history of the Rockies drafting or the history of the Tigers drafting. But I'd be hard-pressed to find another drought like that somewhere in MLB.
I mean,
that's crazy. That spanned over different.
If someone could, yeah.
Yeah, that spanned over different GMs too. I mean, you can't just blame Farhan for that one.
I mean,
you put Bobby Evans, Brian Sabian, Bob Quinn. I mean, all those guys had bites at the apple. Even Al Rosen.
Yeah.
Even Al, who I love and adore.
I mean, it's turned into an opening day tradition where we talk about, hey, there's a new left fielder starting in left field consecutively again every single year since Barry Bonds was out in left field.
Yeah, man. So, God, everybody's grumpy today. I need something to pick me up. What is it? Is it the Warriors? There's another story on LeBron in the Chronicle. What is it? What's going to pick me up today? The fact we have day baseball, 9:35?
I'd say you want to debate LeBron versus Jordan again?
No,
we can get back into that if you want.
No, buddy. I mean, that came out of nowhere last night.
It really did.
Yeah. So I don't know. You guys got something for me? Let me know. 808 KNBR. But I guess we could just take aim at the fact that this Dalton Jefferies thing is something that's just backfired twice now.
Yeah. And
you're wondering, like, bro, I mean, listen, you got Mason Black down there in the minor leagues doing their thing, and you have to clear space on the 40-man for him. So I guess that's why they didn't want to do it. But if you look at the 40-man, I mean, I don't want to be mean to this guy. He's a Bellarmine guy. He's here. But, I mean, does a guy like Mitch White mean that much more to their future?
I mean, because that's the way I broke it down too, Murph. Everybody's calling for Mason Black right now. I would love to have Mason Black in the rotation. Hell, I was calling for Mason Black to be the fifth guy during spring training before the Giants signed Blake Snell. And once he went down with an injury, I said, all right, why not look at a guy like Mason Black? But because he's not on the 40-man roster, that obviously means you have to take somebody off of it. And my feeling is, I don't know if I'm correct or not, I think Farhan and the Giants front office are looking at guys like Dalton Jefferies, like Mitch White, as DFA options when Snell comes back, when Alex Cobb comes back, when Robbie Ray comes back. Yes, Snell's already on the 40-man roster, but for Cobb and Robbie Ray, those are moves that they can dump mid-season compared to adding a guy like Mason Black to the roster. Then you start using his options, moving them up and down.
There's got to be other ways around that, though. You can't be in prison. You can't be in Dalton Jefferies' prison just waiting for Robbie Ray to come back.
I agree.
There's got to be something more creative, and you got to find other guys who aren't cutting it. They get removed from the 40-man. Let's go look at the 40-man when we get a chance. Let's get the guest list going on a Thursday morning, May 2nd, 2024. We just want, listen, our hearts are in the right place. We just want a fun, exciting team. I'm reading Buster Posey's interview with Tim Kawakami in The Athletic. We can get into it. He's like optimistic. Of course, he did it before the Boston trip. It was right after the homestand. He was saying he was looking forward to the pitching and the offense getting hot. But we're just all we're looking for. We're just looking for something compelling. And And Buster himself has said wanted to get more exciting. We thought Jung Hoo Lee would do that. We thought Chapman's defense could do that. We thought Young pitching could do that. And I suppose we felt differently after Sunday's game than we do this morning. Young Tone, what you got, buddy?
All right, coming up today, we got Susan Slusser starting off the show at 7:30 this morning.
Well, Sluss, she spent a little time over in Oakland today, this week, where, like I said, where it's going down. By the way,
watching the best ball club in the Bay.
And the Marlins are coming to town, so the A's should beat up on them, too.
They're just going to start stacking up wins.
Yeah, well, dude, they say once you get to the 8th inning, it's over.
Yeah, watch
it's not just Mason Miller, it's the 8th inning guy, too.
Tell those early 2000 A's that the 20-game win streak's in jeopardy, Murph.
Seriously.
Here come the swinging A's.
All right, what else, bud?
All right, coming up at 7:50, we got the big hit, the story of the day. Shawn Estes is going to stop by the show at 8:15 this morning. He was on the post-game show last night. He actually broke a plastic bat. Pavlovich had the wood bat, didn't break it. Estes broke the plastic one.
Estes is a smart man.
Pretty funny, yeah. Cooler content 8:30, Matt Maiocco at 8:50, and then Giants at Red Sox, Kyle Harrison on the mound. We got pregame starting at 9:35, first pitch at 10:35.
All right, 808 KNBR, that's it, early baseball. 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. If you have a particular thing this week that's pissing you off the most, or if you have the fix for this team that's got us all in this foul mood. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Tape.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Yeah, there were some good swings today. Really, the last couple of games in the last one at home too. It's frustrating, yet it's about results, and we're not getting the results yet. So we get one swing from Murph, gives us a lead. We give it right back up. Yaz does a good job. Guy back at Devers back at third, drops a bunt down, but we're just not stringing enough together to put pressure on teams. And then we either go down quickly or we're behind in counts, and we're just not getting in good counts to hit at this point.
Well, there he is, Bob Melvin, and it's amazing, how excited we all were to have him. I wanted to start my Bay Area sports history podcast with him and all that. And it almost feels, maybe I'm reading into it, but it's like there's like a weariness about him already. Like he's already kind of like, it's like, dude, it's May 2nd. But it's like there's been nothing. They've never gotten going where we've had these string of positive energies where you could have a really positive, upbeat Bob Melvin press conference. They seem to all be sort of tinged with a little bit of like, when are you guys going to get to 500? Why do you keep falling back to 2 below 500? Why can't you guys hit? Let's be honest. His first 31 games, he must be chucking things against the wall back in the hotel room. This was his dream to come back to San Francisco, to get out of that A.J. Preller situation in San Diego and be where he wanted to be in his hometown with a guy, a GM that he knew, and they were in an ownership that spent $198 million. We can't knock their payroll on this one. And right now, it ain't clicking for him. And so I ask you, Marcus Boucher, what's Bob Melvin's role in this 14-17 start, brother?
It's a good question, and it's hard to answer this early in the season, to be honest. The Giants lineup just hasn't clicked in general because they've gotten hot stretches from Michael Conforto to start the season. Patrick Bailey on bobblehead day the last couple weeks has been swinging the bat well. Mikey Yaz has gotten a little bit hot over the last couple weeks. Lamont Wade Jr. is swinging the bat well, but they just can't seem to piece it together. So I don't know if that's the overall approach. We've talked a lot about this team taking fastballs right down the middle, being maybe a little bit too patient. I don't know if this is Bob Melvin and Pat the Bat needing to have a talk about maybe being more aggressive at the plate. But again, for me, this early in the season, in the first 40 games and kind of like the first semester of the season, it's hard for me to put blame on the coaches when it's more about the Jimmies and Joes than the X's and O's.
Well, that's the age-old question in baseball is, what can truly a manager do? We all say Bochy's the genius, and you see it in key moments, bullpen usage or decisions to leave a starter in or out. That's like where a manager shines, right? There's those little tiny tinkerings. Then there's the big picture culture. Like, do I walk into the clubhouse every day happy that this guy's my manager? Or do I walk in the clubhouse every day pissed that this guy's my manager? So you're right. There's a lot of data yet to come. It's just unfortunate that a guy who was heralded and we were excited about, and I certainly was super excited about with the hum baby mentality and all that stuff, that it's gotten off to this start. Yeah. It's like, starts can be so tough. And again, it's not a disaster. That's why I was laughing at the free-falling rejoin, because they're not free-falling. They're 14-17 and, a little streak and you're over 500, right? Which can happen. The problem is that right now, and that's why I was so kind of put off by this road trip when I looked at the schedule. I was like, oh, don't need this right now. Like right now I would have taken a 2-city road trip through like Cincinnati and St. Louis. You know what I mean? Where you can go like I didn't need like kind of a rigorous test this early in the season when they haven't found themselves. Yeah. That's why I'm a little
to have to go into the belly of the beast in Philadelphia.
And it's not like the Red Sox are.
No, they're not.
But they're playing good ball, and they're kind of like, I guess, what Farhan would wish the Giants were, which is there's no stars other than Devers, right?
No, yeah, exactly.
That's it. There's no stars.
They're a scrappy team. They're running on the base pass. They won like 8 out of their last 11. They're one of the hottest teams in baseball right now. But again, I look at this roster, and there's no way the Red Sox should be dominating the series like this. Knocking Logan Webb out of the game after 3 2/3 is one thing, but then showing up yesterday, and this offense just continues to be shut down. To Andrew Bailey's credit, this pitching staff is pitching phenomenal, but still, you got to score some damn runs.
Low key, you think Bailey and Kapler's trading texts?
Yeah.
Sending cackling emojis to each other right now? Honestly, because I have thought about Gabe going, so, what do you think now? How do you like me now?
Yeah.
Actually, where were they at this point?
Bails. They're not able to bail themselves out of this one.
Well, seriously, I actually wonder, does Andrew Bailey have a little extra info, too?
Really? Is that what you imagine?
On how to, I was going to say on how to pitch some of these guys, but a lot of these guys are new.
Yeah.
Lee, Chapman, Soler weren't on the team last year. Tom Murphy wasn't on the team last year.
That's the problem. Well, Murph, If it makes you feel any better about this slow start, who is it? Our guy Lex from Montreal Beefs down at the ballpark?
His name's Augie. It's called Lex's Montreal Deli, but Augie's the guy who's slicing that beef.
Augie's our guy that was slicing the beef and telling us that Bob Melvin's team don't get started till the All-Star break.
He did say that. He
said, Murph, calm down.
He did.
Bob Melvin's A's never got good until the All-Star break.
He then sliced me an incredible pastrami sandwich. Or he said it's like pastrami and corned beef had a baby. Is that what he said?
It's a good baby.
Yeah. So I would highly recommend the Montreal Deli. Have you been there, Young Tone, for the Montreal Deli there, buddy?
I mean, I have now.
Yeah,
we went and stopped by the other day.
Did you get the sandwich? You didn't?
We
though.
did not, no.
No, you guys watched me wolf it down.
We needed some beverages.
Yeah. I would recommend it, but it is in that field club area. Shout out to the one percenters.
Yeah,
I don't think you can get down there unless you're in the field club, right?
No, not at all.
Come on. I'd say free Augie.
Free the beef.
Free Augie. Let him come out with the people.
Free the
what I mean?
beef, baby.
Exactly. So, hell, I would rather talk about the Montreal smoked beef than this Giants
Where's
team
the
right
beef?
now,
It's
so.
in field club level.
But anyway, Bailey's stitching it together. They have the lowest team ERA in Major League Baseball.
It blows my mind that the Red Sox pitching staff is pitching this well.
As a Yankees fan, is this catching your attention at all that these guys are feisty and kind of sticking around?
I mean, they're playing good ball right now. I'll give them credit for that, but I don't think this is going to be sustainable for a 162-game season. I just don't think the staff is that good, to be honest with you.
I mean, right now in the East, Baltimore's 19-11, the Yankees are 20-12, and then Boston's 18-13. They're right there. They're only one game back in the loss column. Have you guys played them yet this year?
No matchups for Boston yet.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Except for you don't play them as much. You don't play them because we've changed the schedule.
Correct. It's just like Giants and Dodgers don't play as often anymore.
It is interesting. It'll be the star-studded Yankees with Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton against Mike McDaniel's Boston Red Sox.
Who?
Exactly, dudes. The Ref Snyders. Although I was riffing on Ref Snyder, Platzy reminded me he was the College World Series MVP at Arizona.
And Ref Snyder started his career with the New York Yankees.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember him?
Rob Ref Snyder, I do.
Did he wear the pinstripes?
I was like, who's this guy? Rob Schneider?
Oh, man. So anyway, guys, Rob Snyder, he got into a little bit of hot water recently, man.
Oh, hey, yo.
All right, guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the phone line. And here you go. 707 says, you guys never discuss how Justin Veely has been the hitting coach since 2020. He's got to be gone. So that is one of those things that has gotten a little social media traction. I know that there's sort of a faction of Giants fans that have it out for him. And when Donnie Ecker was here, he was considered this great guy. And then Boch poached him away down to Texas. Mm-hmm. Guys, that could be, I'm not going to dismiss that as a factor. Age old, you watch enough baseball through the decades, quote unquote, firing the hitting coach has never really changed the trajectory of a World Series championship, I don't think. But yes, you're feeling on the Justin Veely, Donnie Ecker, Pat Burrell. Any theory there, or is it just, no, bro, you're in the box, you either hit or you don't?
Well, if we want to get wild this morning, Murph, I got a conspiracy theory for you. Justin Veely, of course, is one of the few leftovers from the Gabe Kapler era. Yeah, Justin, I want you to take down the team from the inside. We're going to tank the entire lineup. We're going to make Bob Melvin look awful.
That's an uninformed take.
707 says it's still Farhan's team and it's still his philosophy. 408 texts in and says, a very small percentage of Giants believe Farhan is qualified for the job, and they probably went to Cal too. 619 says, I'm going to call out Bob Melvin for this. Having Rodgers not being up to face Jarren Duran, even down 3-2, was a bullpen mismanagement by Bob Melvin. He left Dalton Jefferies, the righty, in instead of going for a lefty-lefty matchup. Did that catch your eye? Got that Dalton again there?
I mean, that's the one kind of critique you could have for Bob Melvin so far, is he has not figured out his 7th, 8th guys bullpen bridge to Camilo Doval.
Luke Jackson let an inherited runner score last night. Praise Dale Ray's too much hail.
Like really, outside of Camilo Doval, the bullpen has not been that impressive this year.
No. 707 says Farhan. Well, Farhan, I'm sorry. This is tell your parents not to listen. I'm going to read this text. 707 says Farhan is trash, and I've been saying it for years. It doesn't matter who the manager is when this is the guy building the roster. And so once again, that is the common denominator right now, guys.
They say a chef can only cook with the ingredients he has. And I don't know what the hell's going on in the Giants' kitchen right now, but the ingredients look like they're spoiling.
209 says, is Justin Veely the tunnels guy? You talk about hitting tunnels.
Tunnels.
They talk about
we
too.
need more tunnels.
Guys, here we go. So 6 straight games, 3 runs or fewer. Woo. And I mentioned too the guys I just shouted out in the 6 OPSs in the 600s. Matt Chapman, Mike Yastrzemski, Tyro Estrada, and Nick Ahmed in the 500s. But if you're going to stick on the Dalton Jefferies problem, guys, I popped out of my little pre-show cave to ask you guys this question. Take a guess as to his ERA. And I get it. ERAs and small sample sizes are wacky, but still, 17.36.
Oh.
I get it. I know it's small sample size, but I'll take something less than 17.36. How's that for an idea, brother?
Yeah.
So yeah, but I don't know. Maybe just barrel onto the A's. That's all you got to do. Just get over to Oakland and enjoy some baseball over
The
there.
problem is he was an Oakland Murph. He's not having that same success with the Giants right now.
He won 97 over there. Bob Melvin?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
just wait till that All-Star break, Murph.
All right, Dave in Monterey was calling in. Curly finally took his call. Dave in Monterey is on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, morning, Dave.
So what year are we now in this ballpark? 23, 24
25.
years?
Yeah, 25th season. 25th season. Yeah.
What gets me is the Giants haven't figured out yet how to build a team for this ballpark. You know, we tried, I guess, to go out and get Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, Shohei Ohtani, all these people. They don't want to come here. You know, the Giants need to, year after year, try to build a team like the 85 Cardinals. Speed, defense, and go out and get guys that are genuine 280 to 300 hitters. There's a guy on the Marlins right now, second baseman. I love Thairo Estrada, don't get me wrong, but I would trade him and anybody else to get Luis Ariz. The guy hit 354 last year. You need to go out and get guys who put the bat on the ball. Forget about trying to land 2 or 3 big hitters. You might want to get one, your Jack Clark type of hitter, but go out and get guys who can put the bat on the ball, play defense, and can run down balls in the outfield and take advantage of that big room on when they're on offense. Hit it in the gap, hit doubles and triples. They haven't figured it out yet. They're still trying to find people who can slam the ball through that cold air and hit 30 home runs. It ain't going to happen. I'm sorry.
Well, it's an interesting point. I mean, the obvious counter to you right now is Jung Hoo Lee is exactly who you're describing, right? Bat on ball, plays outfield, all that. So that's one answer to your question, is that Jung Hoo Lee is that guy. I think Thairo Estrada theoretically is supposed to be that guy too. But yeah, you do need some pop at some point, right, Dave? But so you're saying Soler and Chapman are the wrong guys to bring in because they're trying to hit home runs through the fog and they can't do it?
Yeah, pretty much. They just, Soler, the guy's he's a double play machine, right? Chapman I like because he's such a great defender. But, most of our outfielders are like 4th and 5th outfielders. I mean, I love Yaz. He's a great guy, but, we already know what we're going to get from these guys. Spring training came along and I was like, okay, we got Yaz. He's, he's going to get hurt sometime during the year. He might hit 15 homers, but what does he hit? He's hitting 240, something like that.
Well, he's not a batting average guy for sure. He's a defense and power guy is what he is. He's been like a 20-homer guy. His batting average the last few years has been in the 220s, 230s. They don't look at batting average anymore, but he does have pop, and he has been north of 20 homers in his career here, and he does play great defense. To your point, though, Dave, about you want great defense. If you want to play Oracle-style baseball, you got to have great outfield defense, and he does provide very good outfield defense. So he does have value to this park in terms of his outfield defense.
He does, but you know what? We've had good right fielders before. It's not like we can't go out in the next year or 2, 3 and find a good defensive outfielder that can hit 280. I mean, why can't we?
Well, I mean, you got to go find one like that.
My point is
280 now.
My point is that they're not building a team that's right for
listen, I'm not going to disagree with everything you're saying. I'm just thinking about, but pitching, I think the short answer is, and we got to go, Dave. Let's look at the clock. We're late. Yeah. We got to go. The pitching is the way, and they have built around pitching, so I'd say that.
Correct, and that would be my counter argument to Dave, saying they don't know how to build a team to win in this ballpark. Correct me if I'm wrong. They won 3 World Series in this ballpark, right. Pitching and defense, and that's what they want to address. That's how they want to attack it right now, though, with the offensive approach of Farhan with these home run hitters that ain't working out.
But more important, I just let Dave go. I looked up. We're off the clock. Oh, my God. We got to go. Patience or panic on the offense next on the Sports Leader. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line bright and early on a Thursday morning. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk about anybody out there having tax problems, right?
That's right. Tax problems are like medical problems. They go all across the realm. Anybody can have them. We're a medium-sized law firm. We can handle your problem, whatever it is. Whether you're Romanowski with his tax problems or you're a regular person, how do we handle that? We have different people in the firm, and tax problems also like boxing. You match the right weights of the boxers. So if you own a business, we match you with the right weight person. If you're an employee, we match you with the right weight person. If you have a big problem, we match you with the right weight person. If you have a small problem, it's not a small problem to you. I'd never want to go to a doctor that says, your problem's too small for me to deal with. So the bottom line is, whatever your situation, we want to talk to you. We want to help you. And all you have to do is pick up the phone, talk to us, and we want to go ahead and give you relief from these tax problems, Romanowski or not.
All right. Well, I love the weight class stuff. We were talking about that this morning on the show. Steve, for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. You can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think we went into the game with a good mindset of, they're aggressive, and with sinker ball guys, they weren't really rolling over. They were kind of shooting it in that direction, but you got through strikes, and I didn't do that. And counts were bad, like Bill Mill said, and I just got to do better.
Oh, man, as if I wasn't already, kind of just bumming. That was Dalton Jefferies just talking really low. There it is. There it is. You want to explain to everybody your soundbite you found there, bud?
Dalton! That's how I felt yesterday morning, waking up and finding out that Dalton Jefferies was going to be the Bolt guy. Of course, came in after Eric Miller, but that
Can
sound
I
drop
pause you right there?
Pause.
You just said Bolt guy, and I literally got like a horrible flashback. I'm not kidding. I just want to share that with the audience right now. When you said Bolt guy, dude, I'm seeing apples and long trench coats.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Dude, remember those? Bolt guys.
You just said that. I got to anyway, go ahead.
And again, so it seems like we're taking shots at Dalton all morning long.
And again, where's this from again,
And
buddy?
of course, for the people who don't know, that's Conor McGregor in the new Roadhouse movie, walking into the bar and calling out for Dalton. Yeah.
By the way, I read some negative reviews of McGregor's performance.
I thought it was awesome. It's not even Conor McGregor acting. It's just Conor McGregor on a weekend bender.
Somebody was taking shots, like multiple people, he was terrible in Roadhouse. Terrible.
No, dude. It was basically just him, like the weekend of UFC when they were in New York, and he attacked the bus of Khabib Nurmagomedov. It was just Conor McGregor going crazy the entire movie, just looking to get in fights.
Okay.
I thought it was entertaining.
Okay.
More entertaining than Dalton Jefferies in a Bolt game. And again,
I don't want to
unfairly we're targeting Dalton.
But I am going to say he is kind of a symbol of
but when I'm looking at the ESPN box score and I see Dalton Jefferies in an ace hat with a 17.36 ERA next to his name, I am going to start taking shots at Dalton.
Yeah, and it is. And we're talking about things to look at. And we're just talking about John Joe Curley in the break. He's trying to shape the show in his image. He's being the producer here. And he's like, guys, he's trying to identify the thing that we're going to talk about. And I was like, it's not one thing. It's like, and I called it this morass of boredom is what I said. A morass of boredom. You like that, Young Tony? Or
I like that, yeah.
What, morass?
That's a great word, yeah.
M-O-R-A-S-S. Any word with ass in it is good, right? You know what I mean?
You got to bring morass to get morass.
Hey, can we get some applause for that line? That's a tremendous line, buddy. Exactly what they're not supposed to be, because the knock on them last year was how dull they were. We were like, well, we're going to change that. We're bringing in Jung Hoo Lee, the grandson of the Wind. We're bringing in the platinum glover at third base, Matt Chapman. We're bringing in the guy who hits balls to the Coke bottle, Jorge Soler. It's a new Giants team, and yet here we are. We're like, wait. And I'm hearing this from a lot of texters. They're on here, guys. They're saying they're boring. And I was like, that's the worst thing. Like, Buster Posey's big thing was, and he did media with us, and he did it with The Athletic in the offseason, saying, we got to get back to that Giants team that has personalities that people like Tim Lincecum, Pablo Sandoval, those type of guys. Hunter Pence was that way for a while, where people that get excited and they want to, and Buster would say they want to buy their jerseys. Yeah. So we thought Jung Hoo Lee.
Correct.
Who I still like.
And we've seen plenty of Jung Hoo Lee jerseys at the ballpark. Yesterday in Boston, there was a whole fan section with Jung Hoo Lee signs up.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
The Jung Hoo Lee Army travels, Murph.
Okay, so, but, how would you rate Jung Hoo Lee 31 games in?
I think he's had a good transition to Major League Baseball. Is he hitting 341 like he did out in the KBO? Absolutely not. But I thought he's shown off good bat-to-ball skills. He's got one of the lowest strikeout rates in all of baseball. He's not putting up huge numbers that are blowing you away right now, but I think so far it's been a success for Jung Hoo Lee over the first month of the season.
So, yeah, I would agree. And the numbers don't really show it. It's like he's been better than his numbers. Like he's feisty with his at-bats. He puts the bat on the ball. He's playing a good center field. I wouldn't say he's playing an incredible center field. I'd say he's playing a good center field.
He's showing off great range. I know some people have concerns about the strength of the arm. Look, there was a lot of comps to Ichiro Suzuki. First of all, nobody is Ichiro, and he definitely doesn't have the arm of an Ichiro, but you do see some flashes in his game that remind you of him.
Yeah, man. So, listen, the Posey comment I said about being exciting, all that coincides with Tim Kawakami calling up Posey. Buster's taking calls, by the way, now. He used to be, man, when he was a player, it was like, nope, not talking. Nope, not talking. I mean, he would talk, but he would just give you, we pitched it well, we caught it, and go try to get a game tomorrow. And you'd be like, come on. But now he's here. We could go call, hey, John Joe, we can call him anytime. He's around. Heck, let's just have Buster come in and hang out in studio.
Yeah, he's got a seat at the table. He can have a seat in the studio.
As I will tell you two things, by the way. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And two, and I say this with some trepidation, don't throw tomatoes at me. Farhan Zaidi joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. All right,
Ooh, get those tomatoes ready.
But anyway, he gave an interview, and his interview was on April 30th. Now, this is key. It's before the two Red Sox games, which have bummed everybody out. And once again, I want to emphasize, for some reason, that park in our black and orange doesn't go together. Like the colors don't work or something. I don't know.
The mood, the vibes, they're just not right.
It's like it's like the Giants go there and they're just not right. They're like, we're far from home. We're near some lobsters in Maine. What the hell are we doing here? We're West Coast. It's like, it's weird. They just don't click at Fenway Park.
And I asked a question earlier this week, whether we're talking to Mike Yastrzemski or Carl Yastrzemski, talking about the lore of that ballpark, a ballpark that's more than 100 years old. Yeah. And the Giants social team did a really cool video of all the young guys going out and signing the Green Monster. I don't know if this is one of those things where it's like, oh, am I in heaven?
Yeah.
No, I'm in Boston. I'm at Fenway Park. Like, is it like the moment's too big or something? Maybe. I don't know.
Did you say
because we heard the same thing last year. We're like, oh, it's opening day in Yankee Stadium, even though it's new Yankee versus old Yankee. I don't know if maybe playing a different ballpark. Again, these guys are professionals. I mean, they should be able to hit in any ballpark. For whatever reason, they struggle in these ballparks.
You're the freaking Giants. Yeah. You're Willie Mays. You're Willie McCovey. You're Tim Lincecum. You're Buster Posey. You're Christy Mathewson. You're John McGraw. You're pretty decent in your history. Why are you wowed like you're the freaking Colorado Rockies or something?
Just because it's such a rare occasion that they travel, I guess. I don't know.
Anyway, Buster's interview with Kawakami is very measured and optimistic. Like he says, I feel the same way as a lot of people, that if you have a really solid established pitching staff with some promising young arms, and I think there's more to come as well, I'm excited about it. Buster Posey, excited about it. Here he goes. He goes, I think if you get into the playoffs, and I think people right there would pause.
Playoffs?
And you got 2 to 3 studs at the top and can carry you a long ways. Now, here's what Buster says to Kawakami. The offense to this point hasn't really done much, and to my eyes, that's encouraging. Meaning that they're 14 and they're hovering around 500 and the offense hasn't gotten going.
Yeah, I like it when they struggle.
He says, you think about the playoffs, he goes, it's about pitching, good defense, and getting hot offensively at the right time. So and then he comments on Chapman, who, I don't know if Giants fans are, how they feel about Chapman. I still love, obviously the glove. And he says, the track record's there. It's just a matter of time, finding his groove. Once he gets going, he's got the abilities to just have. Oh, he's talking about Blake Snell, pardon me. With Chapman, he says, you talk about that pitch to contact. He was one of the first guys I thought of when you mentioned that. Just having him and Nick Ahmed on the left side, you feel good when the ball's hit on the ground. He's really fun to watch. He's just optimistic everywhere. Well, maybe Buster's just enjoying retirement.
With the Buster Posey checklist, I would agree with him. They have 2 out of 3. They have one of the best rotations in baseball right now with reinforcements on the way. Blake Snell threw a bullpen yesterday. Alex Cobb on the IL. Robbie Ray on the IL. Like you talk about excitement, Murph, that's why I've been to 16 games in a row. So I can go out and watch Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, Keaton Wynn. Yeah. These guys have been phenomenal so far this year, and they have improved defensively, which was a huge issue last year when they had 107 errors to lead Major League Baseball. You would think just cleaning up defensively with this heavy ground ball staff, that would be enough to make up that 5-game gap that they missed out on the wild card last year. But right now, when they're not getting any run support, it doesn't matter how good of defense you're playing when you got zeros in the box score.
By the way, did you say wild card?
Wild card.
Because I can show you the wild card standings.
Playoffs? Playoffs?
You mentioned playoffs.
I just hope we can win a game.
Giants 2 back in the wild card right now.
Hey, we're in it, Murph.
2 back
right in the
card.
thick of it.
So are the Miami. The Miami Marlins are 8.5 out. They're in it too.
Yeah, you got any of those Marlin hats?
There's a ton of texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. He says Matt Chapman has played at Fenway 100 times. Oh, wait, and his AB's only top. I don't understand what that text made no sense. 408 says this era of Giants baseball will be viewed like the Mike Nolan years for the 49ers. Ooh. He means the Farhan years. Ooh. He says the decision to push Bochy out and go Moneyball 20 years late falls squarely on ownership and Larry Baer. I do wonder about that. When they did hire Farhan, he was considered the prize pupil of the 2010s. You know, he was a product of Billy Beane. He and the Dodgers and Andrew Friedman did their thing, but things move and things change.
Correct.
And maybe the stuff you've done is the stuff everybody else copied and moved past.
Well, that's why we had a caller last segment talking about the Giants needing to build a team for their ballpark. And I disagree with the fact that he said the Giants have never figured out a blueprint because obviously they won 3 World Series titles at that ballpark, and they did it with pitching and defense. We can sit here and scream to the high heavens about nobody has hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds. Guess what? There wasn't a 30 home run hitter on those World Series teams. So you see that there is a blueprint. But the question is Farhan Zaidi following that blueprint?
Yeah.
I think he has improved defense this year, as we mentioned with Jung Hoo Lee, Nick Ahmed, Matt Chapman, all those guys. And I think the pitching staff, as I just laid out, is one of the best staffs in baseball. The problem lies with Farhan coming out a couple years ago and saying, look, we're going to try to be one of the leading teams in home runs in the MLB. Mm-hmm. And the problem is you don't have a ballpark to be one of the top home run teams in Major League Baseball. Instead, you should be building a roster like the Arizona Diamondbacks, who just got to the World Series by wreaking havoc on the base pass. You should be like the Washington Nationals. You should be like the Oakland A's. I hate saying that, but they got a better record right now. But these are teams that embrace the new rules. As you said, baseball is changing. Mm-hmm. You got bigger bags. Mm-hmm. You can only pick off 3 times. Take advantage of that. Take advantage of creating problems on the base pass.
Yeah, I think everything you said was right on point there. Or like the Boston Red Sox, like this Red Sox team.
They've been running on this past series.
Like Jaron Duran is the kind of guy that you want, right? He's on fire. 408 says, we need those City Connect jerseys in the worst way to get a guaranteed win. Can I riff?
When the hell are the City Connect jerseys going to show up?
Can I riff? 925 says, how about those rooted in Oakland A's? We have mentioned it a couple times, my brother. 408 says, Conforto took a sombrero last night. He was worse than Chapman. He had a nice start. 775 says Matt Chapman's career batting average is 240. We know that. We thought Pop was go look at his career OPS is the more significant thing here. The more 650 says the more recent versions of the Giants lack the machismo of the Posey, Kane, Bumgarner teams against marquee big budget teams. We get bullied by the names on the lineup cards before the game starts. I guess what he's saying, like in 2010 when the Giants rolled into Philly had all that swagger. They had Ryan Howard, and they had Chase Utley, and they had that whole Jimmy Rollins, and they had Charlie Manuel, and they had that big crowd and all that, and they were the Philly, you know what I mean? We're Philly, and you're not. And the Giants rolled in there and punched him in the mouth.
Said blanket.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And as Kruko told the story about taking their plane, and I never knew if that story was true or not, but it was a great story that when the Giants won Game 6 in Philly, that their plane malfunctioned, and the Phillies had their plane ready to go or something like that, and the Giants got off their plane and took the Philly plane. And he said Aaron Rowan stood up and said, we drank their whiskey, we took their women, and we stole their plane. Let's go.
That's an epic line.
My nephew made it for me on a T-shirt that Christmas. I have it sitting in my drawer. I should wear it one day.
I need you to break that out.
It says we kicked we drank their whiskey, we kicked their ass, drank their whiskey, and stole their plane. I think that was it.
Yeah.
Maybe women was not in there. So
because women's in the original kind of phrase.
Yeah. So I think we kicked their ass, we drank their whiskey, and we stole their plane.
There it is.
I don't even care if that story's true or not.
No, it's a great story. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Never, dude. 209 says the problem lies in the RBIs. We can't get any. See, that's what happens when you have an analytics generation that devalues the RBI. You got players going, well, I don't need to drive them in because they're contextually dependent and I'm not going to get paid on them, right? Even though Jeff Kent famously said, and Crew can kind of love this story, that when Jeff Kent was talking, some little leaguers came out to the park one day, and Jeff Kent was chosen to speak to them, and he said, "Gentlemen, boys and girls," he said, "let me just tell you one thing. When there's runners on base, the money lies in the RBIs." And they were like, the kids like, huh? And Kent's like, yes, salary drive. They're like, I'm 9.
Yes, I'm not getting paid, Jeff.
707 says, you can't win if your team batting average is almost at the Mendoza line.
Ooh,
707 says, where did Farhan come from and what experience does he have? 707, where you been? We've gone over his bio about a million times.
What do you want? Dodgers, A's,
he
Cal?
was an MIT PhD. In what did he get? In like statistical engineer? I don't know what it was. I should probably look it up.
Brains on bread.
Yeah, and then wrote a letter to Billy Beane saying, I loved Moneyball. Can I get a job with you? And Billy noticed this guy's resume from MIT and all that and brought him in for an interview. And they started talking. Apparently, they talked about not just stats and analytics, but they started talking about cool indie bands they liked.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yes,
that's how he got the job?
Pretty much.
I got to start writing some letters. What am I doing sitting in the studio with you?
Why don't you write a letter and tell somebody you like the Steve Miller Band?
That's it,
right,
dude.
brother?
Will that get me a job?
Get a job with an old head.
That's it.
Get you a job with an old head.
I got some stats for you, and I got Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
He has a bachelor from MIT and a PhD in economics from Cal. Okay, that was it. And then he's worked a little bit with MIT. And then, so anyway, Farhan then hired with the A's, worked with the A's as an assistant in baseball operations. And then the Dodgers hired him as their new general manager in 2014. And then he was there until, obviously, the Giants hired him in 2019. That's the background on Farhan Zaidi. I thought we all knew that by now. Anyway, guys, well, that's the deal. Listen, you're all angry, you're all upset, and I'm with you guys 1,000%. It's Bob Melvin, it's Matt Williams, it's Pat Burrell, it's Brian Price, all guys I endorsed coming here. Right now, it's not clicking. It's mostly the offense because the starting pitch has been great. It's been the Dalton Jefferies spot, the Blake Snell spot. That spot is now 0-6, I think. Is that right?
I believe it.
So if they're 14-17, if you just take out that dreaded 5th spot, they're 14-8.
Let's go to a 4-man rotation.
14-11, pardon me. Yeah. So
and look, that's why yesterday I said it, and I'll say it again this morning. It feels like this team is better than their record. But at the end of the day, you are what you are on the back of your baseball card.
All true. And 707 says it's pretty bad when the A's are more exciting than the Giants. Although the A's can't hit, by the way, their offensive numbers are putrid.
Yeah, but their bullpen is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now.
Forget it's a 7-inning game over in Oakland. All right, guys. All right, finally, we'll get off the Giants tip for just a sec. We'll get back to it with Susan Slusser at 7:30, Shawn Estes at 8:15, and of course the big hit will be Giants related at 7:50. But Draymond dropped a podcast.
You gonna get this podcast,
and so he's checking in on LeBron James.
He also checked in on the Giants offense.
No, it's fun.
Nice. So Draymond Green on LeBron James as a Warrior? Question mark. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Morass of boredom.
You gotta bring morass to get morass.
Hey,
Roner Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Park's sports leader.
All right, Saka Meat Cheese, East Coast Pizza Ranch. Shout out the good people of Hayward, California. We got great news for you. Breaking news. Meat Cheese just opened a brand new location in Hayward. It's awesome. It's offering takeout and delivery. So shout out Castro Valley, shout out San Lorenzo, shout out San Leandro, shout out Union City, and of course the home base, Hayward. So check out the menu at ameecheese.com. Click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page. Place your takeout. And why wouldn't you do it when I'm giving you this offer as a special deal to celebrate the new location all this week? When you order via ameecheese.com, enter the promo code HAY50, HAY50 at checkout, and they'll give you 50% off any large pizza. That's any large pizza, half price. So Ameechee's been making and delivering their famous New York-style pizzas, pastas, salads, and chicken wings in the Bay Area for over 30 years, and Hayward is joining the party. Half-price large pizza. Come on, Hayward, stand up. Go to ameecheese.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY50, HAY50. 2 words, baby. Ameecheese delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
And again, the Warriors got the assets to do something. I think one of the least reported stories was at the trade deadline when there was this talk about LeBron potentially coming to the Warriors. And he wasn't asked about it by the Lakers media at All-Star break, who got all the questions. But Ernie Johnson, to his credit, asked, and he's like, they didn't really tell me. I'm like, come on, man. You knew about it. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, what really happened? And that's a story I haven't really heard any background on. It kind of went away, but when there's smoke, there's fire. So I'm not saying that there's a lot of fire on it. Maybe it's smoldering, but at least there's some kind of spark, right?
Okay, man. Mark Spears, outstanding hit with us earlier this week about all the big questions facing the Warriors. And there's LeBron James. LeBron James, who some would say is the greatest of all time.
Brian Murphy.
You know what's funny? As I reflected on that argument, ultimately, I do not think he is. I'm just here to defend what I think is a total dismissal of him by a generation. Because I was laughing about it. I was like, ultimately, after we had that fun argument yesterday, was like, I would take Jordan over LeBron.
After all that.
Well, no, but I just think that you and others are just, you guys act like he's JaVale McGee. You know what I mean?
He basically is. And I'm saying that as a riff, Murph. But to me, when the topic got brought up, I said the conversation has been done for me. It's not an argument to me. And I can tell you the exact moment that the argument ended.
That's what I was going to ask, yeah.
It's when LeBron James lost his 6th NBA Finals.
So is it the 6 matching the 6 titles? Is that what you're saying?
Jordan won 6 NBA titles. LeBron has lost 6 NBA Finals.
Say, you can't
that
lose.
To me ended the argument.
You can't lose 6 NBA Finals unless you make 6. That's why I ride with the Buffalo Bills.
But are we really going to go with a guy that has a losing record in the NBA Finals as the greatest of all time?
As I told you, ultimately I go Magic and Bird, right? But and the other thing I thought about after the show was over too, was laughing about was we should both be in jail for not mentioning Bill Russell.
Yeah. You want to talk about rings.
I mean, again, it's so eras, right? Eras. But, I mean, rings, bro.
Correct. And you talk about different playing styles, different eras, different rules.
I mean, Bruce Jenkins will tell you Bill Russell. Mm-hmm. He will. And, you'll say Jordan, and I'll say, and again, my entire point, which I probably didn't express that well, was that, wow, LeBron gets just laughed at. Like, people laugh at him. Like, oh, diva, Queen James, all that stuff.
La Flopper.
Yeah, La Flopper.
La GM.
And he brings a lot of that on himself.
Layoff season.
The flops are terrible.
Dude, yeah.
And it almost disqualifies you from the GOAT conversation.
Especially when he's calling himself a late football player. I could have played in the NFL. I could have been a late tight end.
This is the stuff that you hate about.
Yeah,
This is the stuff that you hate about.
I feel like Kendrick Lamar going after LeBron James right now.
Do yourself a favor and just go Google on YouTube LeBron James passing highlights. I mean, the guy's one of the greatest passers in the history of the game.
Yeah, I don't think there's a question about the skill set of LeBron, but it's everything that he does off the court. It's him, the way he handles himself at press conferences.
All that said, do you want him in San Francisco?
Bring him down to the Bay.
Bring him down.
After all that.
You'd be completely mortgaging your future, right? You'd be going, you talk about the all-in, and again, we're talking about you'd have 1 to 2 years to make a run at it. You're done with Kuminga. You're done with. You've traded Pods, Kuminga, and TJD, and 3 first rounders, or whatever you've traded to get him. And now you make that 1 and 2 year run, and you're saying, yeah, give me that 1 year high, give me that sugar high.
Now,
LeBron and Steph together.
Correct me if I'm wrong though. With LeBron James, he opted into free agency this offseason, so you would not have to trade away Kuminga. Obviously, salary cap wise, you'd have to figure out a way to make it work. But it's not like you're giving up a whole lot to get LeBron.
Well, he hasn't elected either way. We don't know yet.
Okay,
that's the deal. He could opt back in for the 1 year player option. He could renegotiate. So,
but it wouldn't be a trade package, is what I'm saying.
I think they would have to trade. The Lakers would be. Do the Lakers have it's a player option?
I think it's a player option.
Okay, but you know what? Let's go to the Spears. Spears explained it better than I can, so I want to go to Spears on this. Do we have that cut sheet here with Spears from earlier in the week? Young tone on the Giant, and then they have the assets. Here it is. It's cut H, I believe. Because Spears does talk about trading assets for him. Cut H from 430. You got that, Young Tone? All right, here it is.
That's the one I came in with.
Oh, that's the one you came in with? Oh, okay. Well, he didn't talk about you came in with H? Where he talked about the assets? I didn't remember him saying the assets.
I'll play G here.
Okay.
The funny thing we can mention about that is, or the interesting thing is, the Warriors actually got assets to make such a thing happen. Like, they got Kuminga, right? You got Chris Paul, potentially having Chris Paul's contract, Wiggins' contract. Maybe you could add Clay as a sign and trade part of it so Clay could go back to L.A. But do you think the Lakers want to help the Warriors out? You don't want him in your division. If you move him, you want him to go to like Cleveland or New York or something, right? So I'm guessing that he's going to kind of like put his toe in the water and explore things, but my guess is he returns and his son's with the Lakers next year too.
So he's speaking about it in a trade aspect.
He is, but I also saw a report from Brian Windhorst yesterday that says that he thinks LeBron intends to opt out of his contract and become a free agent for the first time since 2018.
Well, then that would be different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be different then. So but you would have to, for salary cap reasons, get rid of some salaries.
Yeah, unless you convince LeBron James to come in on the veteran minimum.
How about that?
Yeah, that's it. How about you do
he really would be JaVale McGee?
Yeah,
then.
right. What if you do a package deal? LeBron, we'll get you in on a veteran minimum, and we'll draft Bronny in the second round.
Okay, so here's Draymond. We teased it, and here he just dropped. When did he drop this pod? Last night? Something like that this morning? When did Draymond drop this pod?
Oh, last night.
Okay. So we haven't heard this. This is
gonna
Draymond.
get this podcast.
There it is. So Draymond Green on LeBron James.
I think the Lakers, they really got to decide what it is that they want to do, though. Like, are you comfortable going into next season with pretty much the same supporting cast that you have? If LeBron decides to leave, what do you do then? Do you then trade AD? I think there's a lot of uncertainty coming out of that organization. Some people think it's a foregone conclusion that Bron is going back to the Lakers. I don't know that it's a foregone conclusion. I think if there was something that came about that was interesting, I think he'd look at it. But ultimately, I don't quite see him leaving LA.
Okay, that's what everybody seems to be saying. That's the safe money, but you never know. You never know.
Well, that's the safe money, but if you're trying to make some money, and guess where LeBron's going to go this offseason, the Golden State Warriors are favored at plus 400. But as the odds stand, for LeBron James's next team, if it's not the Lakers, the Warriors are plus 400, Cavs are plus 500, New York Knicks plus 600. So the bookies have the Warriors as the favorite.
Oh, man. Okay.
And of course, we know
Hey, Young Tone, we're gonna go Silk Sonic on LeBron. We're gonna go Silk Sonic. Let me know when you got it.
Well, you know they were knocking on that door earlier this season during the NBA trade deadline.
That was one of the interesting cuts from Spears there about it. He says it's an underreported story.
Yeah. So obviously Mike Dunleavy has an interest in LeBron James.
Not Mike Dunleavy, brother. Joe Lacob.
Joe Lacob. Jumping Joe wants to jump on LeBron James.
I'ma leave the door
You want to talk about, like I said, it would be the ultimate sugar high because it would help. It would be for 1 or 2 years, and then you're the Detroit Pistons, baby. But hey.
But would it be worth it to get Steph Curry another ring?
I mean, that's the value question. And at a certain point when you get to life, you're like, what the? YOLO, buddy. Yeah. YOLO. You know what I mean? Let's go. Go do your thing.
Full send.
Especially if he's just a straight free agent. You don't have to trade for him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
man.
but I don't know. He hasn't made his decision yet.
Stay tuned for the decision. ESPN special with the Boys and Girls Club.
I can't believe we're going day 2 on Jordan LeBron, but Kareem and Vallejo's calling in. So, hey, listen, it's either that or talk about the Giants' freaking 600 OPS. All right, Kareem, what's up, brother? How are you, man?
What's up, Kareem?
What's going on, fellas? I'm good. I'm gonna make this quick, and I do think Jordan is the GOAT over LeBron, and here's my reason. On Jordan watch, even though he had the split where he took the 2 years off, he got 3 straight, retired, came back and got 3 straight, but the Karl Malone, Stockton, Barkley, the Glove, Kemp, the greats in the West was not able, even adding Clyde in Portland. They wasn't able to win on Jordan watch. You know what I'm saying? You got Steph, who got 4 on his watch. Duncan got a couple on his watch. And as you mentioned before, he got 6 losses in the finals where Jordan only got 6 wins and no losses and never let a finals get to a 7th game. And then you look at Bill Russell, who is the greatest winner of all time, winning 11 championships. You got to put a little asterisk because the league was different.
Whoa. I got to pause you right there, Kareem. Pause you right there.
Go ahead.
You got to judge by eras, and there was nobody else out there winning 11 straight. So, like, if the league was that different, then why didn't somebody else win 11 straight?
Well, they won 8 straight. He won 11 overall.
Pardon me, 8 straight. My bad.
The thing is, I just feel that the competition was different. And then
but you can only judge them by their era. You can only judge them. And he had Wilt Chamberlain, man, and he kicked Wilt Chamberlain's rear end time and time again. See, you got to judge them by their era. So in Russell's era, he did something nobody's ever done in any other era. It's like Babe Ruth for me.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, I mean, other guys had their chances to do that, and only Russell did. So I can't diminish what Russell did. You have to judge him by his era. There were great players. Rick Barry, Oscar Robertson, Elgin Baylor. There were great players all over the place.
Yeah, you're right. I don't want to say an asterisk. I mean, you're right. He won 11 championships, 2 as a player coach. So it was a remarkable career. But I just feel like if you look at Babe Ruth, right, Babe Ruth was considered one of the greatest hitters of all time. But when you look at what Barry did and Hank Aaron and Willie Mays, it kind of slides a little bit because
eras though. But Kareem, I'll tell you, this is the stat that always blows me away. When Babe Ruth retired at 714 home runs, I think the closest guy to him had fewer than 400 home runs. I think it was like Jimmy Fox or something like that. Dude, he was he was like you have to see. This is me. You can tell. You can disagree with me. It's fine, but I judge them by their era. Like, what did he do comparative to his peers? Like, because Jimmy Fox and Hank Greenberg had the same training aids that Babe Ruth did. Elgin Baylor and Oscar Robertson had the same travel schedule and nutrition schedule that Bill Russell had. Michael Jordan had the same one as Karl Malone, John Stockton. So, and listen, getting back to Jordan, buddy, I'm with you. I'm not taking LeBron. I mean, ultimately, you got to go championships and 6-0, 6 Finals MVPs. But Kareem, and I know we're running out of time, the thing I was bringing up to Marcus yesterday, I can't believe how much you guys dismiss LeBron.
Laker fan, I love LeBron. I mean, the fact that he's 39 playing at a high level like he is unbelievable. Jordan, you know, the guys that was in their late 30s, early 40s couldn't scratch what LeBron is doing right now. So don't get me wrong. I mean, there's an argument for LeBron, and it's subjective. We could talk about this till the sky turned green. Everybody going to have an argument for different players, but I just feel like because Jordan didn't allow certain greats as Hall of Famers to win on his watch, and he got to.
It's a good point, Kareem. You know who that reminds me of? Tiger Woods. Phil Mickelson, Ernie Els, Sergio Garcia, David Duval were all great players, and Tiger snuffed them out. They couldn't do anything.
Man, I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
All right, Kareem, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. That's good. Kareem helped our head.
Oh, Kareem always brings it.
He's a good call. You got to be a good caller. Mm-hmm. What did Jim Rome say? Have a take, don't suck.
Rack them.
All right, well, rack Kareem. Let's rack Susan Slusser next on The Sports Leader.
Oh, my, come on, man.
What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks because the biggest moments in baseball and basketball are happening right now. So get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks as you and the world's best players take the game to a new level during basketball's postseason. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn that $10 into $1,000. And get this, Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. Today, we got some Giants ball. And of course, I'm going with my guy, Dirty Harry. Kyle Harrison, over 5.5 strikeouts. So join me on Prize Picks, and they will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. And always game responsibly.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
Oh, came back. Dry as a bone, baby. Dry as a bone. There you go, Young Tone. Wait a minute. There we go. Way to go, kid. You're good. You're all good. Hey, that's live radio. You walk on a high wire, sometimes you fall and there's no net. It's curse splat. Let's get it like the Giants at Fenway Park. All right? Thanks. Now all is right with the world. We got our style council there. Susan Slusser on a sunny Thursday. It's sunny everywhere but in Bob Melvin's world, where the Giants are looking at a series sweep of the Boston Red Sox unless they can salvage one this morning at 10:35, 9:35 pregame. But first, a cheery good morning to Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. Good morning, Susan.
Hey, morning, Susan.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good. Hey, you were over at the best team in the Bay Area. You were over in Oakland this week, right?
I was. They're interesting. I got to tell you, they're kind of fun. And that back end of that bullpen is legit. It's really crazy to watch with Ursig and, of course, Mason Miller. Wow.
Do you think that the front office kind of was like, hey, low key, we have a team here, or is everybody surprised that they're 15 and 17?
This is one of those where you go in the clubhouse and you think this team isn't surprised, but I think everybody else is surprised. Their offense isn't much to speak of. They've been very erratic defensively, although they've picked up the pace there. And they've got some really good veteran starters who have yet to really get on track. But, man, if they get a lead, especially late in the game, they're going to win. It's just how good. Mason Miller's as good a closer as we've seen it around here for a long time.
Yeah, that bullpen over in Oakland is no joke. I think a lot of people are surprised by the success so far from the A's. But, Susan, there's also a lot of Giants fans who are surprised with the Giants' 14 and 17 record to start the season, especially after all the offseason moves they made this year. What do you think has been the biggest factor to the lack of success for the Giants this season?
Well, it's pretty easy to point to the offense. They're down near the bottom in an awful lot of categories. The starting pitching, by and large, has been very good. The defense has been much better. That might be their best strength right now, usually. But they can't seem to get on track. This is a better team than they're playing. There's just no doubt about it. They've yet to win 3 games in a row, and they're losing to teams they probably shouldn't. And I tell you, they're lucky right now. They're only 5 games back. The Dodgers are getting hot. They're heating up. They've won 8 of their last 10. And they could start to – nobody else is doing anything in this division. Everybody's kind of beating each other up. But the Dodgers are starting to pull away, and the Dodgers are beating teams that they should beat. I mean, they are making hay against the teams that are under 500.
Yeah, they just went on their own 3-city road trip, and they went 7-2. They didn't go 0-2 to start it. So, Susan, sort of small potatoes but not small potatoes is the Dalton Jefferies question. We're seeing sort of as a symbol because – Farhan says every second counts from the bear and all that, and every no move too small. He's twice resisted he's twice put Dalton Jefferies out there, and twice it's gone very, very sour. This gets into 40-man roster moves, and this gets into who's on the 40-man, and this gets into Mason Black and all that stuff. So when you get into the minutia, and you're sitting next to Farhan in the office, what's his explanation as to why he wouldn't put Mason Black on the 40-man and give him that chance when Dalton Jefferies has backfired twice? And do you see any change going forward?
It's a great question. I guess maybe give him 2 chances, see how he looks. He had looked better recently at Sacramento, and he's on the 40-man. Throw him out there, see what he's got. Mason Black has been sensational. He's the guy that would have been in the rotation, I'm guessing. It certainly seems all signs were pointing that way. Had they not signed Blake Snell, good spring, great stuff, very mature kid. I hope we see him next time out. I guess the question really for the front office is how long do they think Blake Snell is going to be out? If it's just going to be a couple starts, why blow a 40-man roster spot, and have to lose somebody like a Mitch White or something like that. But that might be the real reason. But I would love to see Mason Black sooner than later.
Well, Susan, one guy that was on the 40-man roster, still is, but he was optioned down to Sacramento last night before the game, is Landon Roop. And I know originally when he was going to be sent down to Sacramento, when Blake Snell was finally added to the roster, that the plan was to stretch him out as a starter. So I'm curious if there was any discussion about maybe giving Landon Roop the opportunity to start at the major league level, since they see him as a future starter in this rotation.
Well, I think they want him to get stretched out first. He's not going to be able to do that for a while. So that, I think they really legit want him to go down and stay for a while and get stretched out and see what he can do. He's got some great stuff, but he clearly needs to hone some things and get some experience. I really like Landon Roop, but I think he's a starter eventually. So I like this idea.
Talking to Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicles, the Giants start their road trip on the wrong foot, going quiet at Fenway Park. Susan, this is one of these ones that it's like silly but weird, but I just somehow Fenway's like a house of horrors for them. Whether it's 2007 with Barry Bonds, they got swept. 2016 with Mac Williamson and the crew, they got swept. They did win 2 in 2019, but now they've lost 2. They're 2-8. Do you put anything into like a weird place they haven't played a lot and it's a long way from home, or is that just silly? It's Major League Baseball and go play the game.
Well, yeah, because they play at other places that are a long way from home, every couple of years. So
not as far as
they
that.
Don't have those kind of numbers. Yeah, maybe it's just some weird juju. You'd think with the Yastrzemski in their lineup, they would fare a little bit better.
Yeah.
He's back in there today. Maybe he'll make a little noise, which would be nice. Did have the RBI bunt yesterday. Yeah, it's just, I think it's probably just one of those weird coincidences. I don't think it's a correlation. I think it's coincidence.
3 different, I'm talking about 4 different teams, so it's,
yeah,
I know. So
absolutely.
It's just one of those things.
It is an unusual park, and it plays strangely, and it's got all the history. Maybe there's something to that. But if so, the Red Sox would be beating up on everybody in the National League, especially the National League West.
Yeah, and just to follow up on the Yastrzemski story, we had Mike and Carl Yastrzemski both on the show this week, and they both talked about the special moment that was 2019, seeing Yaz hit that home run in Fenway Park. Now, Mike did say this trip back, there's been a few more heckles saying you're not as good as your grandpa. I was just curious your thoughts on Mike returning to Boston again.
Oh, I love this. This is one of my, when I was a kid, Carl Yastrzemski was one of my favorite players. How could he not be? I mean, he was just so fun to watch. And for a kid growing up in New England with Carl Yastrzemski as your granddad, then catching that pitch from him and then hitting a homer, it's one of the better stories really in recent Giants history. I absolutely love it. And I think for him, he was kind of downplaying it before they left, but it's always got to be really special for Mike Yastrzemski to go back, whether his granddad's in the stands or not. He's watching.
Well, today's the day he should go just make hay, because we don't know if he'll be around when they go back there in a couple of years. Who knows the way these things move? So it's a special occasion. And maybe Carl is there today. We had him on, Susan, Monday, and it was incredible. Our producer, John Curley, got him and had the quiet, the sort of the simple answers he would give you, the old East Coast accent, everything about it was fantastic. He said he might go this morning, so they might be hanging out right now.
Ooh, that's good stuff.
Yeah, right? Susan, just in terms of, Bob Melvin, you've known him for you covered him in Oakland forever. He had a lot of success. So his rhythms, his mind. What's he doing like back in the hotel room? Is he going Keith Moon? Is he throwing things against the wall? Is he smashing guitars? Is he throwing TVs out the window? This is his dream to come back to San Francisco, where he grew up on the peninsula, watching Willie Mays and following his pink Cadillac around Atherton and all that. What's Bob Melvin's? How do you think he is? How do you think his head is with all this?
One of the reasons Bob Melvin is such a good manager is he's very much not getting too high, too low. He can get pretty upset after a loss, right? I've seen him be very short. I've seen him clearly not want to talk, kind of furious after bad games. But then he puts that away, and he's totally fine. Kind of gets it out, and he's totally fine. I think what he's probably doing is going through lineups and going through numbers and talking to the front office and talking to players. I think he's very practical in that way, and he's like, well, this isn't good enough. He's what you see is what you get. He will say this is not good enough, and he'll tell people that. So that's one of the reasons that he has been so beloved by his players is he's a straight shooter. He is not going to sugarcoat anything. You know, he'll tell you nicely what you need to be doing. And I think that's probably, he's working on the best possible lineups. And, you know, we'll see if they can get going. The question to me is, you know, what's going on with the hitting and how do they get that going? And that's not necessarily his purview, just what order they're going in.
And then just last one, Susan, on the way. It's like after Boston today, he's 4 in Philly, 3 in Denver. It gets weird. The Dodgers come on the homestand here. Do you see this as, I don't want to say critical, it's May, but do you see it as an important, like, next couple of weeks?
I mean, every game's important, Murph.
Every second counts. Yes.
I mean, the Dodgers series, certainly, you know, that makes you perk up when you see them on the schedule. To me, kind of like what I was saying about the Dodgers are making hay against the teams they should. The Rockies are as important as any. You know, if they struggle against the Rockies, there's a problem. Yeah. So they really need to take advantage of everything they can when they're facing, you know, an opponent that's further down in the standings.
Great points all, Susan. We will see what happens this afternoon or this morning. 10:35 first pitch, 9:35 pregame. So good early baseball. Kyle Harrison at Fenway. We'll see what happens, man. Always great checking in, Susan. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, us.
There she is, Susan Slusser, and she's saying Bob Melvin is patient, steady as she goes. Well, that's our big hit. Is it patience or is it panic? Is it panic or is it patience? And I'm not talking about number 12, the second baseman out of St. John's.
Joe Panic.
On 2014 Giants. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Line them up. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Next on the Sports Leader. All right, everybody, let's talk about letting your money do more for you, and that's from Provident Credit Union. Discover Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate special. With Provident's Pick a Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. So secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term and earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. So the limited time offers a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. Earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goal with ease. All right, whether you're saving for vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. All right, let's tell you don't want to miss out on securing one of the most competitive rates available on the market. So open an account today. Start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Well, it's pretty easy to point to the offense. They're down near the bottom in an awful lot of categories. The starting pitching, by and large, has been very good. The defense has been much better. That might be their best strength right now, usually. But they can't seem to get on track. This is a better team than they're playing. There's just no doubt about it. They've yet to win 3 games in a row, and they're losing to teams they probably shouldn't. And I'll tell you, they're lucky right now. They're only 5 games back. The Dodgers are getting hot. They're heating up. They've won 8 of their last 10. And they could start to – nobody else is doing anything in this division. Everybody's kind of beating each other up. But the Dodgers are starting to pull away, and the Dodgers are beating teams that they should beat. I mean, they are making hay against the teams that are under 500.
And a hearty good morning to you, too. Enjoy your Thursday, Bay Area, as we sit here and just grumble and bitch and moan and whine and – lash out at the San Francisco Giants, who lost another one last night and are starting to lose their fan base a little bit. Ooh. I mean, we were kind of excited. I'm just judging by the text line. Mm-hmm. Now, is the text line an accurate representation, or is it, as the great Brian Sabian would say, the lunatic fringe? That's my question.
It's
buddy.
always my question for social media because everybody loves to complain. You don't get too many compliments on social media, I'll tell you that,
Let me
Murph.
pause you right there, buddy. How many times have you used social media to just fire at somebody?
Ooh,
or something?
That's a good question. Now, I don't want to get fired, so I don't do it as often as I probably should.
But
trust me, I got a lot of things to complain about.
Do you? Where would you go first if you had to kind of take aim at something?
Oh, Merv, that's a long list.
Where are we going?
I was vocal about someone like Josh McDaniels with the Raiders. Okay. I was calling for him to be fired every day on Twitter.
Let's say you weren't on this job, you would have been. Oh, you did?
Oh, see, I still did that because I know I ain't touching the money. We're not the Raider flagship radio station. But for me, I've never been one of those guys who's an active tweeter, an active troll, because even when I was playing college baseball, every coach I talked to, every scout I talked to was like, don't press send, the Herm Edwards line.
Yeah.
Don't tweet. It's going to just hurt you down the long run. So that's kind of, I've been more reserved on social media.
So I do think it is the province mostly of the angry. I do. Mm-hmm. So when I say the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, we are probably culling most of the anger. But I do think there's 2 things to be true, that the texts and the calls tend to bring out the angriest, but also I'm sensing a growing discontent. Yeah. And it's not just because they lost 2 to Boston. I mean, they won on Sunday. They won a series from the Pirates just this past weekend, right? Of course, he is over there sweeping the Pirates. Yeah. But anyway, and so it's not just these last 2. It's just a general feeling that it's May 2nd, and we kind of haven't felt who they are, what's exciting us. I mean, yeah, we could say starting pitching is exciting us. And I do. Like you said, you're in one of your updates, Dirty Harry is on the mound today. By the way, is that official? Is that yours? What is that?
I don't know. I'm calling him Dirty Harry. I think Papa's might have dropped it a few times.
Okay. The Papa dropped. Did he say Dirty Harry at a Dayla?
At a Dayla, John.
Yes, young Tony.
The players call him Harry.
Yes.
So we can just add Dirty.
And I just remember, like, from the moment he got called up, hell, I was calling him Dirty Harry when he was in San Jose. I just think it's a sick nickname.
So he's going to say, you got to ask yourself, punk, am I throwing the 4-seam or am I throwing the changeup? Well, do you feel lucky? There you go. There we go, young Tone. That's our bit for today. Do you know Clint Eastwood's Dirty Harry, young man?
Ooh. Yes.
You do?
Yes. It's been a while,
It's better when you say no so we can review it at the end of the show.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Do you know the whole do you feel lucky punk thing?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard of the movie. I don't think I've seen the whole movie.
Okay. See, Dirty Harry is one of those movies that I got to watch in one of my film classes.
Well, and it's local. It's San Francisco filmed and based. So I look forward to later in the show when we review the do you feel lucky, punk? You got to ask yourself. So he had a villain on the ground.
Do you?
In a shootout.
Do you?
And he asked the guy, he said, you got to ask yourself, have I fired 5 shots or fired 6? He's got the gun right in his face. You got to ask yourself, do you feel lucky, punk? So that's what Dirty Harry's going to be asking the hitters today.
There's a force coming.
Back to where we were on this team. And I called it the morass of boredom. And this is exactly what they don't want. They wanted to get more exciting. They wanted to put light shows and strobe lights, shout out the B-52s, at Oracle Park. Yeah. They wanted to sign the grandson of the wind, who dazzled us in his press conference by learning English and saying, I love you, San Francisco. They wanted to sign Matt Chapman to be that red ass in the clubhouse who held everybody accountable and dove for every ball. They wanted to sign Jorge Soler to hit balls to the Coke bottle, right? And not really any of it has panned out, right? We wanted Matt Williams and Bob Melvin to be out there throwing hands in baby style with the St. Louis Cardinals, right? Yeah. And instead, you're looking at 14-17. You're looking at an offense that has scored 3 runs or fewer in 6 straight games. You're looking at an offense that scored 2 runs in the last 2 games at Fenway Park. And people are just kind of, Meanwhile, it doesn't help. This has been brought up by multiple people that the A's, who are supposed to lose 160 games this year, have a better record than the Giants right now. That's literally one of the it's not the main talking point, but it is a little extra burr in the saddle. You think Larry Bear likes waking up looking out his Seacliff window and seeing the A's having a better record than the Giants right now?
Absolutely not. I don't think there's a single Giants fan that thought at this point of the season that a team like the A's would have a better record than the Giants. And I know we're just kind of nitpicking a little bit because it's in the Bay and we riff on the A's all the time. But again, I don't think there's many people that thought that this Giants team was going to be 3 games under 500 after the first month of the season, after they went out and got Blake Snell, which hasn't worked out so far. No. After they went out and got Matt Chapman and Jung Hoo Lee and Jorge Soler. And we were preaching all off season long. You got to improve your starting rotation and you got to improve defensively. And I think they've done both those things this year, but it just hasn't played out on the field, and that offense is just yet to click.
Turning that key. Now, do we go with Lex from Augie's Montreal Deli and say, Murph, calm down. Bob Melvin's teams don't get going until the All-Star break. So that's the panic or patience. Yeah. 808 KNBR.
Can we hit up Augie and ask where the A's were with Bob Melvin at Flag Day, Murph? That's the real question.
Flag Day's coming, baby.
Can you get it started by Flag Day?
Dude, if the Giants were at 500 Flag Day, I'd be delighted. All right? That's where we're at right now.
3 games back, Murph.
And by the way, I look forward to seeing Lex again and get one of those sandwiches. That's about the only thing to look forward to this year. Roy in San Leandro, one of the greats, Roy in San Leandro, where, by the way, Amici's now delivers, I might add. Roy, good morning. How are you, buddy? You're on the big hit.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? I'm glad. It's always great to hear from you.
Yes, it is, Roy. How are you, buddy?
I just wanted to chime in. You know, your colleague, that guy named Kerry, last night, he had an interesting show, too, about what's going on with the Giants, just like both of you. You know, and he said, you know, and I'm with him 100%, that the Giants are just not going to go no place until they started getting their homegrown talent. That's a fact of life. I don't care what nobody say. It's just a fact of life, because if you look at all of your winning Giant teams, they've had all of their homegrown talent, with the exception of maybe 2 of them. You know, and like he said, the same thing that I'm thinking, that the Giants are you know, pitching wise, you know, they need to keep their pitching. But I mean, let's face it. You know, the Giants, they just haven't had no homegrown talent. Look at the A's. Look what they're doing. And they're a bunch of rookies and 2nd and 3rd year rookies. But you know, the A's are not the Yankees or nothing, but they coming up. They're learning things. And so until the Giants change, until those scouts change, it's not going to work.
Well, you know, Roy, you've been on there for a while, and we talked about this earlier in the show, that the last homegrown all-star outfielder was Chili Davis. And, you know, we've talked about all those 4A players that have come and gone. And now you keep looking at the Casey Schmidts and the Marco Lucianos and the Elliot Ramotzes, and it just hasn't quite happened yet. But, Roy, you're right. That's the point, and we appreciate the call. I would say this. Homegrown pitching has been very promising. Whether it's Kyle Harrison, whether it's we're talking about Landon Roop, whether it's talking about Keaton Wynn. Yeah. I mean, there's been Camilo Duvall.
Yeah, and you look down at the farm system, they're loaded with pitching, whether it's Wilson, Hunt, or Black, or any of those guys.
Listen, we're here blasting everything. We do have to give homegrown pitching. And they had that one draft recently where they took nothing but pitchers, right? Yeah. Was it 11 straight? You know what I mean?
But again, that's kind of always been my argument. Maybe they should go in a different direction.
Well, I mean, we talk about that park. That is the smart move in that park.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's a pitcher's park. And if you're going to win they won those championships with pitching. They did not win those championships with offense, brother.
Yeah,
they did not.
I agree. But I guess my argument has always been it's easier to recruit free agent pitchers than it is free agent bats at that ballpark.
Yeah, free agent I don't know. I think building through pitching is the way to go. So I want to give them credit. But you have to have some hitting, just scrappy, those scrappy little base hits that Freddie Sanchez would get, or Marco Scutaro would get, or Mike Morse would leave the yard on occasion, those kind of things. That's what you thought Jorge Soler could do. Soler could be Mike Morse, Matt Chapman could be Juan Uribe, Jung Hoo Lee could be Andres Torres or Angel Pagan, right? Those are all those guys, because those weren't offensive superstars, but those are guys who grinded out at bats and got what you got. And then they did it with the arms. So
correct. And that's how I kind of thought they were going to fill out the lineup this year, because I was pretty vocal throughout spring training that I wanted Marco Luciano as your opening day shortstop. He's hitting 288 up in Sacramento right now.
But
now,
defensively,
he's not there. So that's where you're kind of picking and choosing your poison. Do you want offense? Do you want defense? I was also someone who advocated for someone like Luis Matos to be your opening day right fielder. Now, Matos has cooled down in Sacramento, but you look at someone like Elliot Ramos, 7 bombs already, hitting 296. Again, I know he struggled multiple times coming to the big leagues. He's 24 years old, and at some point, you have to try to get a spark in this lineup. Right. I wouldn't mind making that move.
This is the Bob Melvin patience.
Correct.
So you're seeing the Bob Melvin theory there saying, Marcus, I hear you, but we're going to be patient, and it's going to drive the fans crazy.
How
and you are
long
listening to
must I wait?
KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We were praising it when Yaz finished his homestand hot. Yep. We were saying Melvin's patience paid off. But these last 2 games have been just so... Is the word non-competitive? That's the word.
It's definitely felt like that.
Yeah. So anyway, let's go to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. A lot of texts pouring in, so I want to try to squeeze you guys in there. 415 says, I actually would rather have an emphasis on defense to start the year, and Nick Ahmed has been solid. I will say this. John Platzi, the great Stanford broadcaster, hit me early in Ahmed's run. He goes, he's got very strong Johnny LeMaster vibes. He goes, I'm not saying that to mock Johnny LeMaster, because Johnny LeMaster couldn't hit. He said, but he wore those black cleats and he played shortstop defensively well. Bro, it was such a great call. He is Johnny LeMaster. Ooh. Pick it. Out at the plate. Out. His OPS right now is 577.
Are we going to get Nick Ahmed with Boo on the back of his jersey?
Oh, man, there you go. 916 says, I blame it on that. Well, the texted, we have a little traffic on the text line. He says,
beep, beep.
He says it's the scouts, their talent evaluation. They are getting out scouted. Well, that's true. If you start looking at some of the, I'm not saying they're going to get out scouted across the board because some of the pitchers have been good, but if you start looking, I start looking at drafts. I'm like, why did the other team pick this guy? Why did the other team pick this guy? And so scouting matters, man.
Yeah, and
obviously.
it's a big stain on the Farhan resume when you're drafting guys like Hunter Bishop ahead of Corbin Carroll.
760 said, 90 win, Murph. How you feeling? Not good, brother. Not good.
Not good, man. Not good.
925 says, play Guns N' Roses, Patience. That used to be a soundboard there for us, too.
Patience.
408 says, well, Jeff Kent says the money lies in the RBIs, but Farhan went to MIT and can write you a dissertation on why the RBI is not important anymore.
Wow. Jeff Kent also said this about KNBR.
KNBR, that's all you guys do all day long. Bitch about the game. Enjoy the game more.
916 says, I will be the fire sprinkler system here. We're playing terrible ball, not close to our potential, and we're still sniffing 500. We have starting pitching support coming and the trade deadline to work. In Farhan we trust. Wow. 916 actually wrote that? That just goes to show you there's a lot of people in this world.
We sure Farhan's got a burner phone open the 916?
707 says, whatever happened to
someone texting him from the Sacramento River Cats facility.
I did not expect to see this text today. 707, whatever happened to Lucius Fox? Lucius Fox is one of the, do you remember that name?
Lucius Fox.
Wasn't he traded to the Tampa Bay Rays in like the Denard Span trade? Something like that? That just sticks in my mind for something like that. 916 says, if you're going to draft pitching, you need to trade some of that pitching for hitting. That's true. You have those assets. 925 says they signed Snell and rushed him. They didn't set a starting rotation with ready to go. So the Snell thing has been a big mishap right now, right?
Yeah, but you've hit on 4 out of the other 5 pitchers in your rotation, in my opinion.
Now, 707 says Zaidi is the problem, not the coaches. They can only work with the talent handed to them. My opinion is get rid of Zaidi, and then the Giants can finally get back to bringing exciting talent. 925 says, relax. The starters will get on a roll. The defense is strong. The offense is good enough. It's a long season. Signed Mike. So there you go.
Hell yeah.
That's what Mike says.
Marathon Mike.
916 says maybe Yaz and Slater should bring back Mustache May. I do believe they have.
They brought it back.
Yes, they
and
have.
By the way, I know we haven't seen Austin Slater in the lineup for the last couple of days, but seeing him with a mustache, it blew my mind. Have you seen any of the photos, Murph?
Mm-mm.
Oh, he shaved his beard. He's got this thick Yosemite Sam mustache going on right now.
He can kind of really look like an old-timey guy, can't he?
Yeah,
415 says Farhan scapegoated Kapler. Farhan is the one who stripped the team of personality and culture.
Really? Is that what you
It's
imagine?
interesting. It's interesting. I'm going to read this one just because it says Murph was right yesterday. That's a very rare text. And he says the Giants could come back from this roadie 6 to 7 games under. Yeah, it was one of my negative tapes, guys. And thank you for agreeing, 619. 732 says, I got 2 words for the Giants. Wake the F up. 2 words for the Giants.
That's more than 2, right? I'm not good at math, but that's more than 2.
415 says, guys, remember 1987? The Giants hung around 500 till September and caught fire. Okay, let's go with the 87.
Come on,
plan.
Giants. Hang in there.
408 says, can we just ignore the Dodgers? We were shooting for second place anyway.
Oh, dude, I want to ignore the Dodgers right now after seeing the numbers that Yamamoto's been putting up in his last couple starts and also seeing Walker Buehler start throwing some innings down in AAA.
Walker Buehler apparently is coming back Monday.
Yeah.
It's the first start since 2022. Also, did you see, speaking of Japanese pitchers, Shota Imanaga is making history in Chicago.
Dude, he is dealing right now.
He has the best ERA in his first 6 starts for a Major League pitcher since, wait for it, Fernando Valenzuela.
Ooh.
Now, Young Tone, would you be down with a Fernando mania?
I've heard the reference. Copes actually was the first person to tell me about it.
Copes told you about Fernando mania.
Oh, yeah.
1981, they brought in this very kind of unheralded left-hander out of Mexico, and that guy freaking dominated. Not only that, he threw a screwball. Not only that, he was fat. Not only that, the Mexican-American Dodger fan went bananas. He became a cultural phenomenon. Fernando Mania. Games were sold out. You couldn't touch this guy. He was unhittable, bro. And so that's what they're saying.
So is this leading to Shota Mania?
Shota Mania. Honestly, Fernando Mania, have they done a 30 for 30? They should. Talk about like a cultural phenomenon. Bro. And as a Giants fan, I was like, we'd be lucky to make contact on this guy.
Good luck.
So,
well, that's how Shota's looking right now. And, like, if you go back and look at the strikeout numbers he had last year playing with the Bay Stars out in Japan, they were unreal. Kind of an under-the-radar signing for the Cubs this offseason because
Were
everybody
we
was
interested in him?
We were mentioning him. We were
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about him, but everybody was so big on Yamamoto.
But again, pitching isn't the problem right now.
No, it's not.
Except for that 5th spot with Dalton Jefferies.
I would have took Shota yesterday.
408 says, every time the team throws up a goose egg in the runner hit box, Bob Melvin should make the team run laps after a loss.
Go hit a couple poles. Foul pole to foul pole at Fenway Park.
Oh, man. 707, another one. Murph, how you feeling about your 90 win call? A separate one, too.
Ooh.
Coming in on me,
They're
too.
mocking the Murph man.
707 says, Murph, our boys are going to bounce back. Signed, Shoe. Okay. 916 says, all the Giants players at the plate are tight. They need to relax and play baseball. This is very Bull Durham-ish now. Does that mean we need to bring Susan Sarandon in right now?
She can help out. Something's got to help.
Another one, 209, 90 wins with several laughing, crying emojis.
In your face, Murph.
They're on me, baby. They're on me.
They got
man.
receipts, Murph. They got receipts.
Oh, my God. They're coming with the receipts for sure. Well, let's give Shawn and San Rafael, our teenage buddy, a chance just to round it out. Shawn, every now and then we'll give you a lifeline. You have a minute here, buddy. Shawn, what's up? Good morning, kid.
What's up, Shawn?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Well, I'd like a win today, Shawn. I would.
Same. My dad lives and dies with the Giants. It's the Giants that decide his mood at night. It's the Giants telling us to brush our teeth in a nice way or yelling at us to brush our teeth. So I hope they win. I hope they win too.
What do you think? Can it happen? Are you? Is there any hope, Shawn?
I just think a lot of guys are slumping, and that's going to happen in the just during the course of the season. And I think guys can break out of it. Obviously, Soler. I mean, he swings at every low and away pitch, like forcing fastball, slider, whatever it is. He's swinging at everything low and away. He has to learn how to stop chasing and recognize that pitch because that's really his weakness. That's what I've seen. That's how guys are getting him out, and that's how he's rolling over into double plays. And Chapman just isn't there yet. I think he'll come around, and I think he'll have a pretty good season overall. But I think he's going to have a few hot spots and just a few slumps.
Well, so you're preaching patience. We asked patience or panic. You're going patience.
Patience, yes.
Okay. Shawn, have a great day, and I hope you brushed your teeth. Did you?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Great call. He said his difference between Giants winning a loss is his dad telling him to brush his teeth or yelling at him to brush his teeth.
Go win a game for Shawn, huh?
Just on Chapman, his career OPS is 785. It's currently 646, so he's 140 below his career. You'd like to go with the back of the baseball card, right?
That is true.
All right.
But
so
also, after Shawn's breakdown, who needs Justin Villi when we got Shawn as the Giants
well,
head
how
coach?
about one Shawn to another?
Ooh.
How about Shawn and San Rafael to Shawn Estes? It's great having Shawn on NBC Sports Bay Area, and it's great having Shawn on with us. Next on the Sports Leader.
And Lucius Fox just started to run off the field, and he is vomiting on the field right by the pitcher's mound. Oh, no.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yes! It's been a Yastrzemski block party on the Murph and Marcus show this week. Interviews with Carl and Mike, talking about Mike making his return to Fenway Park. So to hear both podcasts from both the Yastrzemskis, check out those interviews and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we always love catching up with Shawn Estes. I've seen Shawn on that NBC Sports Bay Area pre and post. Looking good, Shawn. Looking good. I wish Estes besties had a little more besties than worsties. 15, what are they, 14 and 17 Giants, kind of miffing the fan base right now. But let's get into it, Shawn. Good morning, man. Welcome back. Murph, Marcus, how you doing, brother?
Hey, morning, Shawn.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
How are you?
Doing?
What do you think of this?
I'm good.
What do you think of this squad, Shawn? What's going on? I guess my question is, what the hell's going on? That's my question.
It depends on what day you ask me, and you're asking me today, coming off of 2 duds offensively, so it's hard to be positive. But I still really like the team. I love the starting pitching. I love the defense, which you're talking to an ex-pitcher, so those are 2 things I focus on. But yeah, it would be nice to have some runs scored, when you take the mound. But I don't know. I think offensively they're going to bust out. I really do. I think they ran into a little bit of a buzzsaw in Boston. You're going into a town that obviously you're traveling back east and you're facing a really tough pitching staff. But it's not like you're going into that series, tearing the cover off the ball. So it's not like you have a lot of momentum offensively. So it's just probably the wrong staff to have to face right now when you're trying to come out of it offensively. So I think we just need to continue to be patient. I know you guys got to talk about them every day, and it's hard to do that because you live and breathe and with the wins and losses, and that's what you talk about. But I think overall, the big picture, it's a more enjoyable team to watch than we have seen in the last couple of years. And I get excited about who's on the mound every day. Not so much yesterday with the opener. That kind of reverted back to the old ways. But sometimes you're going to see that. But I think most of the time you're going to go to the ballpark on that given day, and you're going to be excited about who's taking the mound. Who's going to be starting that game. So all in all, I think my assessment after the first month is that it's a much more watchable product, and I think that the best is yet to come.
I completely agree with you, Shawn. The defense is leaps and bounds better than they were last season. And then we can focus on the rotation if we want to focus on the positives, whether it's Logan Webb, Keaton Wynn, Kyle Harrison, who's thrown today, or even Jordan Hicks. 4 of the 5 guys have been phenomenal all season long. But it feels like even with that pitching that they should have a better record than 14 and 17.
Well, they should. Well, like I said, you got to still score offensively. It's something like only zeros you can put up. And also the bullpen has been a little bit of a question mark too, the first month of the season. I do think that's going to get better. So some positive signs as of late with Eric Miller. I love his arm. You're looking for a guy really to kind of, at this point, you hope your starters can give you 6. Obviously 7 would be a bonus. And then you can go to your high leverage guys. You don't have to worry about those bridge guys. But right now, I think that's where the add-on runs are happening in games. Starter leaves after 5. It's the 6th and the 7th inning where you're seeing a lot of those add-on runs, and it's really tough when you have an offense that's struggling to score runs to come back from 3 runs down or 4 runs down instead of just 1 run down. So, I think Luke Jackson's got to get it going. I think they got to figure out. Obviously Taylor Rogers. He's been better as of late. Tyler's going to be Tyler. Doval's going to be Doval. Ryan Walker's been huge this year. It's just who's going to step up, right? You need a couple more guys to step up to bridge the gap to get to the back end of that bullpen. And so far that hasn't been there this year. So I think you're losing a lot of games with the bullpen early in the year. And I think that's going to get better. But I think what it comes down to is you just got to start scoring some runs. I mean, this is an offense, I believe, that has the potential to score 4 or 5 runs a game on average. And it's just not happening right now. So like I said, just be patient. Let's see what happens. The month of May, I always say when the weather starts heating up, so will the offense. And I'm going to stick to my guns on that.
That's just the absolute level head of a Shawn Estes coming in here, calming everybody down right now, which is great to hear. But, of course, everybody has questions still and anger, so we're going to address some of it. One of them is a small potatoes thing that's kind of a big potatoes thing, and that's the 2 times they went with Dalton Jefferies. They're 14 and 17, and those two of those losses are these Dalton Jefferies games. And there's talk about, well, it's the 40-man roster, and you can't make a move, and Mason Black would have to make a 40-man move. And you're like, well, make the move. There's a couple guys on there that aren't long-term. I don't mean to. Mitch White is a local kid. He's a Bay Area guy. We root for him, but he's not a gigantic part of the Giants' future and all that stuff. So just your take on you're in the clubhouse. There's a 40-man possibility. You're in the front office, I should say. They chose not to. They went with Jefferies twice, and it's backfired twice. What do you think about that from a small potatoes perspective, or I should say a smaller picture perspective?
Well, if you put me in the clubhouse, I'm going to have a different take on it than I do right now.
Okay.
Because only reason I'm saying that is because this is a guy that there's a sentimentality to all this as well, and this is a guy that's been through a lot of adversity in his career. He was with Bob Melvin in Oakland, so he knows. So Bob knows him really well. Alex Pavlovich, who's been on our pre and post the last couple of days, was around the club a lot in spring training. Says he's a phenomenal guy, right? Just a tremendous person. And so there's a lot that goes into making these decisions. You want the best for a kid like that, right? You want him to succeed because of all the hard work he's put in, and because he deserves it, quite frankly. And so you're not going to just. And he had a great spring. Let's give him that, right? They liked what they saw in the spring. The first outing didn't go well. He went down to AAA, pitched a lot better, and so why not give him a second opportunity, right? I mean, that's how I'm kind of in that boat in the clubhouse. If you're looking at it from our perspective and you're thinking of, well, those 2 games could matter at the end of the day, right? Or you finish 2 games out of the playoffs. You're like, well, why didn't we go with with the best guy to give us a chance to win? And that's in hindsight, right? Also, you're looking at it, well, if it's a decision they're making because they don't want to make a roster move, that's ridiculous. And to me, there's guys that can move on that roster, and I believe that. So really, who's your best option to win? And coming out of spring training, Mason Black was the guy. I mean, if you needed a 5th starter or someone to plug in at any time, to me, he showed the most in the spring, and he's done nothing wrong since he's been in AAA. He's been the best pitcher in AAA and all the PCL. I mean, we're talking about a really tough league to pitch in, and not only is he dealing with the ABS system, which takes a lot of strikes away from guys, and you end up seeing a lot of walks. He's not walking anybody. He's punching out more than batter an inning. He's not giving up any runs. So he's done enough in AAA. And I know he's probably chomping at the bit to get the big leagues. It probably felt like that was an opportunity for him yesterday that he didn't get. So what did he do? He went out and threw 4 hitless innings yesterday. So he's not pouting, right? He's doing what he needs to do. He's putting his head down. He deserves an opportunity, I believe, yesterday. But we will see him at some point this year. And I was saying that, strike while the iron's hot. Get him while he's pitching well before he goes into a little bit of a rut, which is going to happen at some point in the PCL. You're going to go into a place where you're going to give up 5 or 6, and it's going to hurt the confidence a little bit. So get him while the confidence is at an all-time high, and see what he can do at the big league level, because he's the number 3 prospect for a reason. He's got good stuff. He's got a great makeup, and I think he believes that he deserves a shot to pitch in the big leagues right now. And heck, I would have loved to have seen him start that game last night.
Shawn Estes is, of course, a voice you hear on the Uma guest line this morning. And the good news, Shawn, is we're not going to get a bullpen game today. It's going to be Kyle Harrison on the bump, coming off of arguably his best outing of the season against the Pittsburgh Pirates, 7 strikeouts and 6 shutout innings. I just want to ask you about the improvements that he's made from last season. I know he spent a lot of time this offseason developing that changeup, and it looks like it's paying dividends so far this season.
Well, that and the slurve, whatever you want to call it, slider, slurve, sweeper, I think they have it classified as a slurve at this point. But the breaking ball, he threw 16 slurves against the Pirates, all of them for strikes, and got 3 strikeouts with the pitch. So, it's become a big weapon for him as well. Obviously that changeup, something to come off the fastball. It looks like the fastball. That's been a good pitch. But he's going to have to be a 3-pitch guy. I don't care how good the fastball is. There's going to be days where he's going to show up to the yard and he's just not going to have that same type of fastball, every 5th or 6th days. You're going to go through some dead arm phase where you're not going to have the same life on the fastball, and you better go out there and figure out how to get it done, right? And so that the way you're going to get it done is you're going to have to go out there and pitch with two of your other pitches. And he's got those now. And he has a lot of confidence in that slurve. He tweaked his grip a little bit. He found the release point with it. And for me now, that's a huge weapon for him. So I love the adjustments that he's made as he's been a big leaguer. You just knew, and he's the type of guy that he's just a can't miss guy, right? I mean, we've heard so much about him in the minor leagues, but the guy really didn't have to throw anything but a fastball for a long time. So for him to be able to implement, the changeup and the slurve in the minor leagues and then take it to the big leagues and continue to improve is huge. And he's a guy to me that just the ceiling's so high. So I just love the fact he's going to go out there this afternoon and he's going to have 3 pitches that he has a lot of confidence in to get these Red Sox hitters out, because this is a confident offense that we're watching in Boston right now. They may not be flashy. They may not hit a ton of home runs. And we haven't seen that at least in the first 2 games, but they're scrappy and they have good approaches. The one thing I have noticed in these first 2 games is they've had trouble with the high fastball. And hey, Kyle Harrison, that's his best pitch. So hopefully we'll see a lot of those today, but he's definitely going to have to keep these guys off balance with the off-speed stuff. So I always look forward to watching the kid pitch. If he's throwing strikes, which he has this year, he has 5 walks on the year, which is huge. I always feel like they had a pretty good chance to win when he's on the bump.
Hey, listen, this kid grew up in Danville, dreaming of the bigs. He's here at age 22. He gets Fenway Park today. This is a huge box to check. He was inside the monster, signing the wall. So go deal, man. Go do your thing. So, all right, Shawn, well, you were
Hey, Murph, I never had a chance to pitch in Boston and Fenway. No. That's one thing. And not that I regret that because I had no choice in the matter, but I never stepped foot in Fenway Park. So I agree with that sentiment right there. That this is, and I always wanted to pitch there, right? I mean, just obviously with being in the National League my whole career, didn't get that opportunity. And Nick Ahmed, who I figured had a long career so far, had played in Fenway. He hadn't either. So when you get these opportunities, definitely relish them, take them all in, and I think Kyle Harrison will do that today.
Yeah, big moment for the kid. Giants haven't played well there in the last 10, 15 years, so it's time to change that around. Well, you've been very level-headed and patient. You're very Bob Melvin. I like it, Shawn. You fended off the angry texters. You're good, man. So I appreciate it. It's always great.
Well, that's not going to stop.
Are you on the TV shortly here coming up?
I am, yeah.
Okay,
about an hour and a half, I think. Yeah.
Go do your thing. Go to makeup, buddy. We'll look forward to watching you, okay?
Yeah,
thanks, man.
Right, I need it right now. All right, see you guys.
See you, Shawn.
Right.
Shawn Estes, always great. Always great. Okay, Matt Maiocco at 8:50 and then Giants pregame at 9:35. But the cooler of content, guys, some are saying one of the best Tiger Woods interviews he's given in years.
Whoa.
Next. Cooler of content, the Sports Leader.
Kyle Harrison, the pride of De La Salle.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, the world of sound, the pop culture of the world, and sports culture of the world, that what you need to know. All part of a Friday or a Thursday. I didn't mean to jump the gun. Baby Friday, where we end early, 9:35 pregame. 9:35 pregame. Maybe the Giants will go do their thing. After Dirty Harry, as you called him, signed the inside of the Green Monster.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to tell the Giants in their video, maybe you want to sign after you get a win.
Yeah, maybe there should be a rule on the Green Monster. Only winners can sign the Monster.
Your boy has signed it.
Why the hell did they let you sign it?
Well, you know.
Wait, just anybody? I thought it was only players who signed it.
I'm the guy.
You're not a player.
I'm the dude. I'm the man.
I know there was a Murph.
You signed it?
I'm the Big Lebowski.
No.
Wow.
I know there was a Murph who hit a home
Riders
run
can go
yesterday,
out
but it wasn't
there.
Brian Murph. Riders sign it?
Absolutely. 100%. Anybody who forges their way out there.
What, does the bald dude get to sign it?
Me and Howard Bryant. Hey, we're part of the lore.
Wow.
We're part of the lore, buddy.
Behind that scoreboard has got to be the most historical. I mean, just the names of people that have signed the wall.
Yeah, Brian Murphy.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah,
I wasn't
Murphy.
saying that, but
I'm shocked that your name is on
Do
the
you
wall.
have Adam Rank
Not
there?
on my board. No, it's in
Darn
the
it, that would have been
system.
the
Look
perfect
up Adam
time for-
Rank. Dude, it's Brian Murphy. Like, can you imagine Kyle Harrison and Sean Jelly are looking for a place to sign on the wall and they see Brian Murphy's name?
They'd be like, bro, that's the guy who's been at KNBR for almost 20 years. Somehow, some way, dodging bullets and surviving fires and earthquakes.
I'm shocked. I really thought only players signed the wall.
No, anybody who's part of the lore, if you get out there, you just have to find your way out there. You have to find
Brian Murphy.
There it is.
Thank
so this is Harrison when he went to the wall. He looked.
Dude, it's Brian Murphy.
That's
pretty
amazing.
funny.
That's a
I
funny
did
one.
not know that.
That's a funny. It says 415 says if they knew you napped with your shoes on, they wouldn't have let you do it.
Great text, 415. Great text.
All right. So Tiger Woods, and listen, I went for a provocative tease. Is this the best Tiger Woods interview? And to be honest, guys, it kind of was. And that's not a comment on the quality of the interview so much as it is on how Tiger has given us nothing for 35 years. So Tiger burst onto the scene in like 90 or 91 or whatever. And he was winning U.S. Junior Amateurs at 91. So 33 years. And he has been stonewalling the media for 33 years.
Hey, it's Tiger.
I mean, he gives you nothing. And now, of course, he's at a different stage in his life. He's 48. He'll be 49 in December. He obviously survived a near fatal accident. And also, Nike dropped him. And so he's doing his promotional tour for his new clothes called Sunday Red, which has caused a lot of consternation in the golf community. I hate it. I like it. I hate it. I like it. It sucks. I hate it. And people are all up in arms about the Sunday. Well, but he ain't giving that stuff away, by the way.
No, but
it's
also
like $150 for a T-shirt.
Isn't Sunday Red just the shirt he wore?
Well, there you go. I mean, in fact, tell John Joe to cut the third cut on the Sunday Red.
What's the controversy about
So
it?
the controversy is they don't like the logo and all that. It's also called Sun, new word, day, new word, red. It's a lot. That's not the point. The point is that he went on the Today Show.
Okay.
Carson Daly's the host. How about Carson Daly hanging on? Talk about a survivor.
What is this,
My
TRL?
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Guy was telling
Carson
Britney.
Daly?
Somebody was telling, talking to a 15-year-old Britney Spears, you know what I mean, in Times Square. Now anyway, did you know that he was a junior golfer in Southern California and he was pretty good and he played with Tiger Woods?
Carson Daly
Yes,
did.
he grew up with Tiger Woods
I had
playing
no
golf.
idea about
so
that
those in the golf community, that's known in the golf community, like Lefty in Mulberry Street is known in Donnie Brasco. Young man, Donnie Brasco, you down with the Donnie Brasco?
No.
Okay, we'll put that on the list. So anyway, yeah, they've known each other forever. And whether it's Tiger's new stage in life or whether it's he's known Carson Daly forever, but he's known Carson Daly forever and never gave. It's his new stage in life. Plus, he's trying to sell some clothes.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Makes
He's trying to
sense.
hawk some clothes. Because Tiger needs the money. He needs the money,
Because
right?
everybody loves money.
Because
Murph.
you know what he just got, by the way? You ready for this? The PGA Tour has this weird bonus plan that if you have a successful social media account and draw influencers.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, brother.
You're fine.
I had a cough there.
Well, that's what happens when you start thinking about the idea of you being a successful media influencer. Since we are YouTubers now, Murph, where's our checks?
Thank you very much. They give bonuses to Tiger. No joke. Just 2 weeks ago, got ready for this? $100 million bonus.
For his Instagram?
Yes.
What is he doing?
For
Like
social
dances?
media.
Was he doing like dances on TikTok or what's going on here?
It's called like a personal influence program or something like that. I don't even understand it. They gave him $100 million.
Wow.
Just as like a bonus.
Must be nice.
Guys, guy can barely walk. Got $100 million. Anyway,
I'll take $100.
I've been stalling for a long time. It wasn't like the greatest interview in the history, but it was the most relaxed and personal I've seen him. And he talked about everything. He talked about his family, and he talked about his daughter. I've never heard this. And he admitted that his daughter doesn't like golf because of the negative connotation it has in her life. I mean, we know what he's talking. He's talking about, obviously, how the marriage fell apart and everything. So he actually told Carson Daly, this is cut D.
She doesn't want to play golf?
No.
How come?
She has, I think, a negative connotation to the game because at
Why?
that time, hey, growing up, when she was growing up, golf took daddy away from her. I had to pack and I had to leave. I had to go gone for weeks, and there's a negative connotation to it. So we develop our own relationship, our own rapport that's outside of golf, that we do things that is done involve golf. Meanwhile, my son and I, we do everything golf related.
Right.
It's just very different.
Pretty interesting. So, she thinks about golf as, the thing that broke up mommy and daddy. Because he was on the road seeing other ladies.
Yeah, and I've heard this before from other athletes. I've known guys who had dads who played in the MLB, and they've kind of said the same thing. They're just away for such a big part of their life that maybe there is some resentment for some of these kids.
Yeah, so he said she doesn't have it. Now, he talked about his dad, and it got pretty personal, and how his dad never met his son. And so they put up the picture of him hugging his dad in 97 at the Masters with the picture of him hugging his son at the 2019 Masters. Pretty powerful. Same spot of land on Earth, right behind the 18th green at Augusta. 1997, Earl, he's gone. 2019, Charlie hugging him. And Tiger talked about that here.
Earl, there's that great picture of you in 97 when you won, hugging your dad. 22 years later, it comes full circle when you win in 2019 when you go and your kids were there and you're hugging Charlie in particular. There's this split screen here gets me every single time. It's one of the greatest sort of images in sports. What do you see when you see that?
Generational. I just wish my dad could have met Charlie. I wish Charlie could have met my dad.
Yeah.
There's commonality. It's me in there, but I wish they would have met. They would have loved each other.
How do you keep his spirit alive? We have lots of pictures of. We call my dad Pops. I know you call your dad Pop.
Always Pops. Yeah.
We have pictures around. I drink a little Cuddy Sarks, what my dad drank on his birthday, and I'm always telling stories about. How do you keep Earl's spirit alive?
He's always with me. I always think about him. I mean, everything. It's amazing how many things I say to my kids that came from him.
You feel like you're him.
I do feel like it. Man, I wish I would have taken more of his advice. I wish I would have paid more attention to him when he was alive, because I'm saying a lot of the same stuff that he said in this short time that I did have him on this earth. But I'm just so happy that he was a part of my life, and I get to pass on some of the stuff that is in me through him.
Tiger.
Dude.
I know, right? Getting kind of heavy.
I was going to say, self-reflective Tiger.
I know, right? And I lost my dad, Tony. I know you. And so he's right. They're with you every day, all the time. I mean, and so I can relate. I actually think about this, getting super kind of sappy here, but the scene that lays me out in Field of Dreams more than any is not, it's the one when the dad appears, and it's not when he says, have a catch. He says, what do I do? And Amy Madigan, his wife, says, why don't you introduce him to his granddaughter? That's the scene that freaking gets me every time. It's like, bro, I got to leave the room right now. You know what I mean? So that's what Tiger's talking about. He said, I wish Charlie met my dad. He never met him. So Tiger, reflective Tiger, right? Yeah. It took Carson Daly to open him up.
I don't want to riff, but I was like, damn, we should have had Tiger on TRL back in the day. We would have got a bunch of Tiger interviews.
The next question in the interview is, what did you think of the Backstreet Boys in 1999? Right? Exactly.
Yeah, what's the hit of the day, Tiger?
Who would be the other one? Yeah, we have Christina Aguilera performing in Times Square next.
What a pro wants. What a pro needs.
By the way, that's been in my head when I've woken up 2 mornings in a row. Dude. We have the story about the red. I imagine there's a younger generation. Young Tony, do you know the whole story on why he wears red?
I think so.
Well, take a listen here.
He's iconic for sure.
Okay, well, hopefully John Joe cut the right thing here.
Can I take a guess? I thought it was just because of Stanford.
Okay, well, take a listen. Take a listen here.
I wear red. My mom thought that being born a Capricorn, that red was my power color. And so in some of the junior golf events in SoCal, I would wear red, and I won. Okay, so in spite, I wore blue at other tournaments. In spite. I didn't win, and so I then switched to red, and I had a lot more success wearing red. So I then saved it for, okay, Mom, I'll make you a deal with you that I'll wear red on big events. Right. On the last round of big events, because I can't wear it every single day.
Of course.
At Southern California Junior Golf, they're playing every day.
All the time.
So I can't do it. I'll wear it on the last day of big events. She said, fine, just wear it the last day. And I did. End up wearing it.
I love that. I don't think a lot of people know why you wear red.
Yeah.
There's a nice little tie to Mom.
Yeah.
There it is.
Cool story.
Well, it goes back to her Thai background in Buddhism. She had some religious belief that colors had spiritual powers.
Power colors.
So when you were young, if you were studying Tiger in the 90s, that was one of the things that his mom believed it had a spiritual power connected to his birth sign in Buddhism. And so once you heard that story, it added a layer of power to it. Like, damn, he's wearing the red.
Yeah.
There's other forces at work
Watch
here.
Watch out. He's got the power today.
I'm not kidding you guys. It's like, there's a time where I can't think of anything in sports where Tiger walking out in the red shirt on a Sunday, it was over, brother. It was over. Good night, Irene. I mean, it's like, I can't think of like another sport where a guy walks out wearing a certain something. You're like, bro, it's over. Maybe in pro wrestling, is there something like that?
I don't know. I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Well, it's like like LeBron or Jordan doesn't come out wearing certain shoes or something, where it's like, oh, he's wearing the Jordan 3s today.
I know for like a certain stretch we had like headband Clay when he broke out the headband, but that doesn't compare to Sunday Red Tiger.
Sunday Red, yeah. It goes back to his mom and her Thai. She's from Thailand.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now I got to ask, what's Brian Murphy's power color?
My power color is the Yaz jersey I wore underneath my Giants hum baby jersey last night at our Little League game. And I wore it specifically for our show this week and that story I told you. And we got a dub. That's it. It's my power color.
Yaz is your power color.
The Yaz jersey. That's my power.
We gotta get the jerseys for everybody.
Yankee blue?
No, it's silver and black, Murph. You know that. The only power color there is.
Not one color, it's two. Yeah. I told Tita Woods red was a weak color. It's Lamar Hunt's color. It's a color of losers. That's why Tiger hasn't won a major in 5 years.
Hey, and shout out to Tiger Woods being a fan of the silver and black.
Yeah,
that's Raider Tiger right there.
Well, anyway, shout out Carson Daly for getting the best Tiger we've gotten maybe ever. There was even more to it.
Carson Daly,
I know,
dude.
but Carson Daly cracked the code. And then he got a take on who would it be? Not Backstreet Boys. Who was the other one? Come on, who was the other big group?
NSYNC.
NSYNC, thank you.
Got it.
Yeah. After the emotional story about his grandpa, you got to take on NSYNC.
Yeah, coming up next. Bye from NSYNC.
All right. Matt Maiocco, and then pregame. Fun. We've saved this Thursday from a salty early morning hour when we were pissed about the Giants. Thank you, Carson Daly, on the Sports Leader.
Being born a Capricorn, that red was my power color.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Maiocco.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Maiocco on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All righty. We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Marcus, you were saying we haven't talked to Maddie since the draft?
Since the morning of the draft, I believe.
Wow. Lots gone on since then, and a lot hasn't gone on, meaning they didn't trade anybody. So no Brandon Ayuk trade, no Deebo Samuel trade, no nothing trade, just a straight draft. Although they did trade some picks lower in the draft. All stuff to talk about with Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area, KNBR's Niners Insider. Good morning, Matty.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
And we're good, man. We're good. What was the, it's been a week.
It has.
How'd the Niners do in the draft?
I'll tell you in 4 years.
Okay,
May of 2028, brother, you're booked.
I love the draft grades because basically it's like, hey, I've heard of these guys, so I'm going to give them an A. Or if you're somebody who puts together a draft list, you just go, oh my gosh, this guy was my 73rd player, and they took him at 42. That can't be a good pick. So, I mean, the fact of the matter is every team believes that they had their best draft because they're taking the guys who are ranked high on their draft board. But, when you look at the 49ers, the first two picks, Pearsall and Green, the wide receiver and the cornerback, those weren't guys necessarily consensus picks for the first round and the second round. So it will all play out, but clearly the 49ers like their draft. And with an opportunity to speak to each of those guys, I can kind of see why. They all have something personality-wise. You can tell, there's an aura about them and that they're passionate about football. So, that certainly shined through.
Yeah, and let's start with the Ricky Pearsall draft pick, Matt, because there was a lot of questions going into the draft and even after the first round, after the 49ers selected him with the 31st pick, whether or not Deebo and Brandon Ayuk would still be on this 49er roster. And as of today, they both are. So is Juwan Jennings. So my question is, with Ricky Pearsall, what do you think the path to playing time is for him, and how do you think Kyle's going to use him in this offense?
Yeah, I honestly thought once the number 9 pick came and went in this draft and the top 3 wide receivers were off the board, I think that honestly slammed the door shut on any trade of Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk, because then you're not taking a sure thing or what would be considered a sure thing wide receiver in the draft to replace anybody who is leaving. So you could not make the argument that the 49ers wide receiver position would be better. There was only one argument to make, that at that point, if you traded away Ayuk or Deebo, that the wide receiver position would be not as good, not as strong, not as supportive of Brock Purdy as they need their wide receiver group to be. So with Ricky Pearsall, it's really interesting because, let's take a poll. When the 49ers run out their first 3 wide receiver set to open the season, who's going to be that third receiver? Is it going to be Pearsall? Is it going to be Juwan Jennings? It's going to be really good competition. But, a year ago, they had Deebo and Ayuk, and then there was a drop-off, and then it was Juwan Jennings. And then after Jennings, it was like no man's land. They didn't have a fourth receiver, to be quite frank with you. Now, coming off the momentum of the Super Bowl, Jennings has a chance to kind of get back to where he was production-wise. And then Ricky Pearsall brings an element that the 49ers didn't have a whole lot of and really showed up in the Super Bowl, and that is he has the ability to beat man coverage. And what the Chiefs did in the Super Bowl was they played a lot more man coverage than I think the 49ers expected them to. It was sticky. Deebo Samuel could not get open. Even Brandon Ayuk had some issues. But Pearsall is a guy that is a tremendous route runner, one of the better route runners in this draft, to go along with some really good athleticism. The vertical, the broad jump, the 40 time. He's what I guess you would consider a gym rat as far as understanding the game. So there will be opportunities for him as a rookie. And then, once there are some expected changes in that wide receiver room, probably coming as early as next year, then, the 49ers would expect Ricky Pearsall to just kind of keep moving up as far as the dependability and where he ranks in that offense as far as getting him the football.
Talking to Matt Maiocco and inserting Ricky Pearsall, and you mentioned next year, and it's funny. I mean, you said, I'll tell you in 4 years how the draft is, and most 49er conversation these days circles around next year, and it's kind of just the nature of people. Like, how are they going to keep everyone? And they're not going to keep everyone. And who's going to go? It's kind of what fans do, right? So let's talk about next year just for a minute here. In your opinion, they don't keep this crew together after the 2024 season. And in your opinion, like, who is the most – does it all play out the way it plays? I mean, the future's unwritten, obviously. Yeah. Does the tight end get involved here? There's no depth at tight end. Does Kittle get involved? I don't know. What's the crystal ball saying, Matty?
Well, I mean, I would say that the crystal ball would say that if you sign Brandon Ayuk to a long-term extension, he's safe for 2-3 more years at least. So then, you look at Deebo Samuel's contract, and they did not touch his contract yet this offseason. And so they basically have an out as far as parting ways with him after this coming the 2024 season. However, with all those contingency plans or long-term planning, those are all subject to change. I mean, what if the 49ers don't sign Brandon Ayuk to a long-term extension, and now, he plays this year on the 5th-year option, and, where's his production? Do they put this franchise tag on him, or do they try to trade him? Kansas City did with L'Jarius Sneed, where, really good cornerback, a key to that defense. They put the franchise tag on him, and then they traded him. So that's a possibility. It's just, asking Deebo Samuel to take a pay cut or trading him next year. What is the situation at tight end? I can't see them moving on from George Kittle simply because they don't have anybody else at tight end. What's Trent Williams' situation? Is he going to play? Does he want to continue playing? There's no reason to think he won't, but that's a question. So there are a lot of moving parts to this, and we could project what we think is going to happen, but football's a strange sport, man, because a guy who's on top of the world one year, could just fall off a cliff the next year and not be as good a player and not be as valuable to his team, from one year to the next. So it'll all play out, but I would say, if you're going to ask me for a prediction, I would say that, everybody, the team stands through this season as it is right now. And then, I would say Deebo Samuel is playing this season for a contract, and maybe it's a contract with another team. A year ago, would you have thought that Eric Armstead would be the guy? You might have, looking at his contract. So I think everything's on the table right now, and how this season plays out is going to determine where the 49ers decide to go with all this place.
Oh, man, juicy. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Marcus.
And, Matt, I wanted to circle back to a name you just mentioned, Trent Williams. Of course, at 35 years old, we don't know how much longer he's going to be playing in the NFL. We've talked plenty about Colton McKivitz at right tackle, which leads to some 49er fans concerned about the future protection of Brock Purdy if he does get paid this $50 million contract. Hell, we even had Steve Young earlier this week on the show saying that he thought the 49ers would have invested a first-round draft pick on the offensive line. I know they addressed the issue in the 3rd round with Dominic Puni out of Kansas, a guy who did play left tackle, but from everything I'm reading, Matt, it sounds like he's more of an interior offensive line. Do you have that same breakdown with Puni, and were you surprised that they didn't address the need of a more traditional tackle in this draft?
I guess, the avenue for them to address offensive tackle in the first round was to trade up. By the time they selected, I don't think that there was anybody there that was worthy of a first-round pick on the offensive line. So if they were going to trade up and get, somebody, then yes. But the 49ers, I believe, didn't feel like the guys that they could have traded up for, it was worth it to also then give up a second-round pick. So, they stayed where they were by and large. With those first 3 picks, they took Pearsall, Green, Pooney. So they got a wide receiver, a cornerback, and an offensive lineman, a very versatile offensive lineman. I mean, I was talking to Jim Nagy, who's the executive director of the Senior Bowl, who, by the way, the Senior Bowl has turned into like an incredible event for NFL teams since Jim Nagy has been there, because I mean, pretty much all those guys that go to the Senior Bowl get drafted, and now there's tons of first-round picks and everything else. But he was telling me that he felt, this was before the draft, he told me that Pooney was the one guy, well, there are 2 guys in the draft, Graham Barden from Duke and Dominic Pooney, who have legitimate 5-position flexibility. So that he said that he thought that Pooney could play any of the 5 spots on the offensive line. Now, the 49ers are going to start him off as an interior offensive lineman and kind of see where it goes from there. But, where they were picking, I did not think, like when they got on the clock, I was not thinking that they would take an offensive lineman at that point. I think Jordan Morgan from Arizona was somebody that they liked, and they could have selected him, but he was already gone. Guyton was gone. Like I mentioned, Barden was gone. So that second tier, I think, was a very significant drop-off for them. And they just didn't feel like they had to, go down on their board to pick a player that they weren't comfortable taking in the first round.
Good stuff. Matt Maiocco, 49ers insider for KNBR here in NBC Sports Bay Area, doing his thing. I want to circle back to a tweet you sent out about Pearsall. You said a pro, a scout, longtime scout told you Pearsall will be a good pro. Ladd McConkey will be better, I think. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Just any insight you can share on that?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. The day, in fact, I probably posted it right around the time that you and I talked that last week. And this scout who, he's a significant, person in the NFL world. He told me that he knows, or he's familiar enough with the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan. He thought that he would take, the 49ers would take Ladd McConkey in the first round. And he was just like that. He's a perfect fit for the 49ers, and this is why. And then, when they took Pearsall, kind of similar, right? I mean, the 40 time, the route running, the production in college, all that. The guy came back to me and said basically the same thing. Like, that was a really good pick the 49ers made, but he's convinced that they should have taken McConkey ahead of Pearsall. Now, I do know that McConkey had some medical stuff that I think he had to do the medical recheck back in Indianapolis, some back issues. So that ultimately might have been the reason that pushed Pearsall over McConkey on the 49ers board. Pearsall's very clean medical-wise, and I think he's a little bit bigger than McConkey. And, he likes to mix it up a little bit as well. So, it's difficult to say exactly, why that pick was made, but I can tell you that what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan said, John Lynch said this, was that he was the consensus pick. In other words, when he polled his scouts and coaches and whoever else has a voice in that room, the consensus pick was Ricky Pearsall. And of course, maybe just because Kyle Shanahan's voice or vote counts like for 10 or 12, I'm not sure, but it's pretty clear that 49ers were very high on Pearsall, and they think that he can help them take the offense to another level, another weapon, and somebody who gives them an element that they didn't previously have.
Last one for me, Matt. I wanted to ask you about the 4th-round draft pick, Malik Mustafa, safety out of Wake Forest.
Yeah.
Watching some of his highlights, he seems like a strong safety, in-the-box type safety, which is a similar skill set to guys like Talanoa Hufanga and Jair Brown. So what does that mean for the future of those two guys?
Well, I mean, with Talon Hufanga, he's coming off the torn ACL. He's rehabbing. He should be back some point in training camp. But, looking ahead a year, this is the final year of his contract. So, will he be back with the team in 2025? If you've seen Mustafa, I've made this comment on 49ers Talk podcast that if I look like Malik Mustafa, I would not own a T-shirt. I would just walk around bare-chested all day long. I would, if I needed a shirt, I'd go to Rent the Runway or something. He is an imposing-looking guy, and some people even had him as the number one safety in this class. So it's a guy that should come in, be a major contributor on special teams right away, with the ability to be a starter very early in his career. And then looking ahead a year, I would suspect that he will be, a full-time starter for 2025 and beyond.
Matty, I want you shirtless, buddy. I want you shirtless and laughing. Well, this is funny.
Nobody wants that.
It's something that Paulie and I used to talk about this all the time on how Candlestick Park, when you would drive down from Corning on weekends at Candlestick, guys went shirtless, and it had nothing to do with bodybuilding. Nothing to do with bodybuilding. It was just, I'm going shirtless on a Saturday at the Stick, right? And now, if you do that now, I think the ushers might come over and tase you. You know what I mean? It's like,
you know what? That's a good point.
No, we've talked about this for years.
Yes, I don't think that there are shirtless people, maybe in the bleachers.
I've told my kids, I'm like, old man's going shirtless because I used to do it. So, I mean, I want to bring back the shirtlessness of the 70s and the early 80s.
You have to be comfortable in your own skin to look like you and me, Murph, and go shirtless.
Did your dad? My dad used to go shirtless around the house on weekends, and believe me, he was not a bodybuilder. He was just walking around because he was comfortable.
There was a little bit of that, and also the white tank top. There's a term for it that I won't even.
Did Ernie wore the white tank?
Oh yeah, he rocked it with the cutoff jeans.
Nice. Out farming the olives or whatever. All right.
And tatted up. I love it.
Oh, Ernie had tats? Your dad?
Well, he was an old Navy guy, so he had the anchor, and
we talked about
a skunk tattoo.
Yeah. All right. What's next on the are the OTA? Are the rookies coming in or what?
Yeah, that will be next week.
Okay,
so they report on Thursday. And then they'll have practices Friday and probably Saturday, and usually he cuts them free on Sunday. So, next week will be the first time we have the opportunity to see the rookies on the field.
When's Brock Purdy on the field?
Well, he's on the field for the phase 2 of the offseason program started Monday. So he's now able to just, throw passes and be on the field with the receivers with some element of coaching involved. And then what would it be? Not next week, I think the week after that is when the OTAs begin, and you get to see him building some chemistry with some of the young guys.
And then real quick before I let you go, Matt, when are we going to see Brandon Ayuk on the field?
Well, not until pen goes to paper. I shouldn't say that. I think the mandatory minicamp will be when he's out there, and that is – when is the mandatory minicamp? I think it's the first week in June or the last week in May. And so he's required to go to that, but he won't – he hasn't taken part in the off-season program. He won't. He'll show up for the off-season program, probably won't do – or for the mandatory minicamp, probably won't get on the field. They'll probably just kind of keep him on the side. And then, once contract is done, then he'll be back on the team. If contract doesn't get done, I think he stays, in a state of just kind of limbo until something gets done. And then, when it comes to having him play, if it comes to this where he doesn't get the contract done, and he has to play under the 5th-year option, which is $14.1 million, he'll report and take part in training camp or the lead up to the regular season, just so that he can start collecting those weekly paychecks. But that is not the intention of the 49ers nor of Brandon Ayuk. Seems like both sides. Something that should be noted. I think kind of we've seen acrimony in the past, specifically, with Deebo Samuel when he was going through his contract stuff, I think it's telling. I think a lot can be read into the fact that after the selection of Ricky Pearsall was made, Brandon Ayuk shot a text to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. So it tells you that I think it tells you that both sides are working in good faith. They want to get something done, and I think it's an indicator that both sides expect to get something done.
Maddie, I would say to you, this was a fire hit. Can't lie.
Can't lie. I love it.
Last thing. Let's make sure everybody know you'll be at California Theater 2 weeks from today.
May 16th, Thursday. Yeah, it's going to be great.
It's going to be awesome. The Dwight Clark Award to Dre Greenlaw, Steve Young, Brock Purdy, Jeff Garcia, and Alex Smith in a panel riff on 49er quarterback lore. Come on.
It should be a lot of fun. Like what? You got a guy who went to the USFL before coming to the Buccaneers and then the 49ers. You had a guy who went to the CFL before coming to the 49ers. You had a number 1 overall pick, and you had a last overall pick, and they all have one thing in common. They are all Pro Bowl quarterbacks, and it should be a great time. And you know what? Another thing, 3 of them have been or were Gary Niver Award winners for being cooperative and professional in dealing with the media. The one who hasn't will be really soon, Brock Purdy, because he's good. He's good in communicating and dealing with the media. So I'm looking forward to seeing him a little bit out of his element with 3 guys that I don't think he knows super well on stage. So it should be great just to see how he handles that situation. And then, you know what, Dre Greenlaw, I don't think he's made any public comments about, his Achilles and, the heartbreak of the Super Bowl since that night. So it very well could be his first public comments on, where he is in his recovery. And if you buy a ticket for $87 going to the Golden Heart Fund or the $49 going to the Golden Heart Fund, because tickets are available at both those price points, you will be hearing for the first time Dre Greenlaw talking about that so unfortunate injury that he sustained in the Super Bowl.
DwightClarkAward.com. Go do it. Maddie, you're the best. Talk next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Giants baseball, 9:35 coming up on the Sports Leader. This was a fire hit. Can't lie.
Can't lie.
Pen Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pen Grove's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We're in the middle of the NBA playoffs, and for the first time since 2005, there's no Steph Curry, there's no LeBron James, and there's no Kevin Durant in the second round. So it leads to the question, will either of them join Steph Curry next year on the Golden State Warriors? Well, not only Monty Poole, but Mark Spears stopped by all the shows this week on KNBR to give their thoughts. You can give us our thoughts on the KNBR socials or check out those podcasts on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Hey, that was nice talking, doing Tiger on cooler content and then talking Matty Niners because we didn't talk about the Giants for 45 minutes, and now we get to, listen, they need a win. Shawn Estes really with the level head, coming in with the patience, not panic. Said it was just 2 duds offensively. I love their starting pitching. I love their defense. He says the offense will bust out, and he said be patient. He thinks it's objectively speaking a more enjoyable team than it was last year. Interestingly, the text line, the first 90 minutes of the show was demonstratively saying that it was not a more enjoyable team.
Ooh.
But then again, I think we've learned through the years that sometimes the texters skew a little negative.
Yeah, a little negative because I agree with the breakdown from Shawn Estes. I've talked about the 16-game streak that I've been to every Giants home game this year.
Yeah.
And it's not just because I'm living down the street from the ballpark, but it's because I get to go out and watch Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison, who's thrown today. Keaton Wynn, who's been fantastic. Jordan Hicks is looking like one of the steals of the offseason. So when we're talking about this starting rotation that should have help on the way with guys like Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, and Alex Cobb, that's what gets me excited. And that's kind of been the blueprint for the Giants before, pitching and defense. They're leaps and bounds above where they were last year in that category. It's just the offense hasn't clicked yet.
But to the point of Shawn saying it's more enjoyable, and since you've been to every home game, is it more enjoyable?
It's 100%
I mean, I'm talking
more
about the non-pitching part.
Well, just knowing like what pitcher is going to be there, but also knowing who's going to be in the lineup. Showing up and knowing that Jung Hoo Lee is going to be in center field unless Brian Murphy's showing up to the ballpark.
That's it. I am 0 for 2 on Lee. That said, is it enjoyable? Like young Tony sent us the lineup for today, and it's the Bob Melvin Patience Special.
Patience.
It's Jung Hoo Lee. By the way, Solaire in the 2-hole. Do you guys like that? Getting in more ABs?
They tried doing that opening weekend. Get him some more ABs. Give him a little bit of protection with a 3-hole hitter like Lamont Wade Jr., who's seen a lot of pitches. So maybe that's the game plan there.
Flores in the 3-hole. And, I don't know. We haven't talked much about Flo, as they call him. Conforto in the 4-hole, who obviously had the hot start. Bailey in the 5-hole, I think, objectively speaking, is their best hitter right now, right?
Bailey's a dude right now.
Matt Chapman in the 6-hole, just trying to get going, right? Tyro Estrada in the 7-hole with that. Mike Yastrzemski in the 8-hole, fill in the blank here. And then Nick Ahmed, Johnny LeMaster in the 9-hole. So, Marcus, I'm looking at OPS, not batting average, because I am an OPS guy. And 700 is like the bare minimum. It's like getting your 2.0 so you can play football that year, Bro, and so if you're under 700, I think you can't play football that year because you don't have a 2.0.
No.
Bro, Lee, Solaire, Flores, Chapman, Estrada, Yaz, and Ahmed are all under 700 OPS. That's 7 of the 9, either in the 600s or in Ahmed's case, the 500. So that catches my eye.
Yeah, Murph. And even I know that sometimes D's can get you degrees, but D's ain't scoring no runs right now.
So anyway, well, that's...
And real quick.
Yeah.
Where the hell's Lamont Wade Jr.? There's a righty on the mound today. Why is Lamont not in the lineup?
It is interesting. Day game after night game, flying to Philly after the game.
Like, you want to talk about OPS? He's got the highest one on the team right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. So he's giving Flo a chance, righty on righty.
Right.
Is he maybe he's dinged up, a little scratch?
Maybe. I know that they've had situations before where they put Wilmer at first, put Lamont Wade in right, so that you get both of their bats in the lineup. But I'm a little surprised not to see Lamont Wade this morning.
And by the way, can I get a little news chime, my friend? According to Andrew Bagley, our friend of the program, Hall of Famer Carl Yastrzemski did visit Fenway Park this morning and visited his grandson Mike in the visiting club at Fenway, and also met briefly with Bob Melvin. Nice. I wonder what that's about. Wow. I wonder if Melvin's just like, can I meet you? Yes. Here, he according to Bagley, quote, here and gone in 15 minutes.
Ooh.
Dude, yeah, Carl Yastrzemski. Well, you know why? Because when he had the conversation with his grandson and with Bob Melvin, the answers were short and to the point.
You're welcome, Murph. Now, when Bags dropped that line about him coming and going in 15 seconds, was that him talking about Carl Yastrzemski or our guy Dalton Jefferies?
Oh, man.
Dalton's gone.
Dalton's become the whipping. He's become the target.
Well, Bags also put out this morning that he's been sent back down in AAA. He's going to Sacramento, and here comes Randy Rodriguez.
Okay. Randy Rodriguez.
Randy.
Sounds like a wrestler. Randy Rodriguez is now entering the ring.
Randy, the Macho Man Rodriguez.
So, all right. Hey, health report from Dr. Marcus, not Dr. Marcus Welby.
Ooh.
Dr. Marcus Boucher.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Well, Murph, we got an update on that fifth spot in the rotation because Blake Snell threw a bullpen yesterday in Boston. Yes, Blake Snell has taken the next step in his recovery from a left adductor strain, throwing a bullpen session in San Francisco on Wednesday. Giants manager Bob Melvin said the left-hander threw around 20 pitches and felt good. The club will wait to see how Snell responds Thursday before making a decision on his next step. And that is your Blake Snell Giants Sutter Health Report update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
All right, JT Snow going to join Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. If you missed Shawn Estes this morning, he was very level-headed about the Giants at 14-17. I have been a little less level-headed, and people know I can get emotional.
No,
and so
not you, Murph.
I'm a little worried about this road trip. You know, and I said it beforehand. I was like, I don't know if the team that hasn't turned the engine over going to Boston. And again, Boston's not like a juggernaut. But for whatever reason, Giants at Fenway has not played well. It has not played well. They're 2-8 since they've been going there since 2007. And I know there's different teams, but there's just something about like the culture of the Giants going to Fenway, running into a team that's like scrappy and weird. It's like, I don't like it.
Murph. People on the streets are now saying the Giants are 2-8 since you signed your name on the Green Monster. This is all very true. The cooler hits Fenway.
Let's see. Did they go there since? No. So I would have been in either 99 or 2000. Howard Bryant and I did it together.
You and HB.
Yeah.
We're due for an HB hit, by the way.
Yeah, we are due. I think we got in because HB is a Massachusetts native, and he must have talked his way in.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Howard can talk his way anywhere.
I think, didn't Bruce Bochy bring Kerry Crowley? In fact, I know he did. Bruce Bochy brought Kerry Crowley into the Green Monster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he write on the back of the Monster, Brock Purdy's a hum baby?
Yeah, very good. By the way, I cannot believe the number of listeners that pull that up and say, dude, did you? I was like, yeah. And they remember. Who was listening to that? Because that was a quiet time in the sport. But the Niners had just had their draft.
Of course.
But they hadn't had their first round pick. It was their Saturday picks. It was their late round picks. And so that Monday morning, people were listening to the hums and bumps, and they filed that thing away, man. Kerry Crowley made Brock Purdy a hum baby just for being drafted. I was like, what did he do to make a hum baby? He's like, he got drafted by the Niners. He's the Mr. Irrelevant. I think that's cool. I'm like, there's nothing cool about that. Brock Purdy.
Turns out Kerry was right all along. Because with that last pick, they called out the name.
Brock Purdy! Oh, man, so good. Anyway, so this road trip, I mean, again, I know it's early. I know you can get to June and you can kind of get to, but I'd like a dub, okay? Yeah. And Dirty Harry, as you call him, doing his thing. In fact, why don't we? This is our only our chance to do the What Did Young Tony Learn Today segment. And it was a brief one, but second date. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Second day in a row has been a movie one. We're going through the great movies.
A classic, too.
Yesterday was Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. Today it's Clint Eastwood. And Young Tone, did you find the Do You Feel Lucky Punk scene, buddy?
Yes, stand by.
God, this kid's so good. You mentioned something to him at 6:24 in the morning, and he's got it ready to go, baby.
And it's because he's got his little notebook that he's writing notes on
good,
everything.
Man.
Always take notes, Tony.
So, Tone, this is San Francisco's own Harry Callahan, played by Clint Eastwood. And this scene, I believe, is in Marin County, up on the the old the old bridge, trestle bridge that carried the train back in the day. And he had a punk. Because he's out to eradicate the world from punks. That's his job.
Like me, Tony.
And he had been in a gunfight, and he finally got the guy, and he had his gun pointed at him. And he said this.
Did he fire 6 shots or only 5? Well, to tell you the truth, in all this excitement, I've kind of lost track myself. But Ian, this is a 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world, and would blow your head clean off. You've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
It's funny, he kind of rushes through that line in retrospect. Could have done a little more dramatically, but who am I to tell Clint Eastwood what to do?
All right, calm down, Murph.
Well, do you, punk?
Do you?
And that has only grown in stature through the years of an iconic phrase. Do you feel lucky, punk?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and now it's led to the Dirty Harry nickname and Kyle Harrison on the bump today.
Do the Giants feel lucky, punk? Okay, Tony.
You got to ask yourself, does Kyle Harrison have 5 strikeouts or 6 strikeouts? I got the prize pick prop of over 5.5, so I'm looking for 6 today.
You're going for 6 today?
I'm going with 6 Ks for Kyle Harrison.
Tony, hop on the mic. Help me out. Where are we clockwise again? Help me out.
Oh, yeah, we pretty much got to get out.
Oh, right now?
31.
So do you want to get out at 31 or you want to get out now and come back?
That's what I was thinking, get out now and come back.
Okay, we'll be right back. Giants pregame at 9:35 on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
So you're going to all Boston now, Young Tone? All right, buddy. Is that a particular favorite of yours? Are you a big Boston fan? I know you're going for the Fenway theme here.
We got to wear out the Boston stuff, yeah.
Okay.
They're in Boston.
They are in Boston. There were other Boston bands we could have gone with.
Didn't give us any Aerosmith this week, huh?
Or Jay Giles Band, or on and on, or just that song Dirty Water by the Standells. Ooh. Love that dirty water. You would hate that because that would be like during the peak of the Yankee-Red Sox rivalry.
Dirty Water. Were we talking Galveston, Texas?
Are we? I'm looking forward to these Red Sox-Yankees games coming up. You see, then you'll experience it from a Yankee fan perspective of how pesky these guys are.
The Red Sox ain't no problem for the Yankees.
Oh, look at you.
They're a problem for the Giants, not the Yankees.
So when the Giants play the Yankees...
Look at me saying this before Giants pregame. I'm an idiot. Dump that, Tony.
All right. What about when the Yankees come here? The Giants will be no problem?
We'll see what happens, Murph.
Look at you,
we'll see what
stalling out. All right, so John Miller on the talkback, award-winning Diamond Notes, Dirty Harry. We had the Dirty Harry crowd checking in strong on the Cache Creek, or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We hear you, and we read all you guys, and we see you. You're all big fans of the film, and Dirty Harry goes on the mound today for the Giants. So 10:35 first pitch, then they get on a plane and go to Philly, and they got 4 in Philly, guys. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is Sunday Night Baseball, ESPN, and then a Monday day game, and then they go to Colorado. So it's going to be a weird week. But in the meantime, it is time for a change over to Giants pregame, and when it is time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts, and Giants pregame baseball starts right now.
It is a beautiful spring day here at Fenway Park in Boston. It's the Giants and the Red Sox for the final time in the regular season in 2024. Last game of this 3-game series, still in the early stages of a long Giants road trip. And the Giants would like a win before they head to another tough ballpark, Philadelphia. Giants are going to pitch a young left-hander who's never been here before, Kyle Harrison, looking to get the Giants a victory. I'm Dave Fleming, along with John Miller. We've got a full pregame show to come. It's the Giants and the Red Sox baseball on the radio.
Hey, everybody, it is May 2nd in Giants history. We're going to go back to 2007, which is Bruce Bochy's first year managing the Giants, and really the year that's remembered for Barry Bonds breaking the all-time home run record. So we're going to feature Barry Bonds on May 2nd, 2007. Giants, Colorado Rockies, AT&T Park, scoreless ballgame, bottom 4. 1 out, Jeff Francis pitching for Colorado, and he hits Rich Aurelio with a pitch. All right, that's a free 90. And next up is, well, Barry Bonds, and he's on his way. He's at 742 homers as he steps in the box.
Here's Bonds. Francis pitches. Bonds swings and drives one to right field. Headed for the arcade. Is gone. Just over the wall, a line shot home run. Number 743 for Bonds. A 2-run blast. The Giants lead 2-0.
All right, 7:43. That's a lot. Move ahead to the 8th inning. Giants now behind 3-2. Ryan Klesko singles. Okay, to start the inning. Oh, boy, that's a name. He goes to second on a 1-out single by Randy Wynn. Here's another name. Randy, of course, doing great work with the Giants Community Fund, Junior Giants. Shout out, Randy. And now Richie Aurelio draws a walk. The bases are loaded. And Clint Hurdle, who's a fun manager, kind of a salty dude. I like Clint Hurdle. Brings in Manny Corpus to face Barry Bonds. And Bonds, he's not going to hit a home run here, but he is going to come through.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Bonds swings. Hard ground ball into right field. A base hit. Klesko scores the tying run. Wynn streaking around third. He scores the go-ahead run, and Aurelio is into third. Barry Bonds hit a hard grounder out of the reach of Todd Helton, the first baseman, who was playing him to pull, and the Giants have gone ahead 4-3.
Yeah, it's Barry Bonds. He could hit. Benji Molina adds an RBI single. Giants win 5-3. Barry Bonds Day, 4 RBIs. That was all May 2nd, 2007, in a win over Colorado. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history. Well, it's always a treat for us in the morning to get to do the Talkback with John Miller. We get to do it so infrequently. It's extra special treat that it's Fenway Park, where John broadcast as a young man and then did so many games for ESPN through the years, and now back with the Giants. So, John, it's great to have you. Murph, Marcus, and Yaz. Was Carl Yastrzemski at the park this morning, John?
Hey, morning, John.
Absolutely, and we talked about it on today's Bomel show, the pregame show with Bob Melvin, and how excited he was. First time he'd ever met him. So, Yaz, who does not like to make public appearances any longer. He's 85 years old, by the way, and he, of course, knows Fenway Park better than anybody, and he knew a back way to get into the ballpark and come right around somewhere near the left field wall and through a tunnel that goes to the visiting clubhouse. He made his way in, and he spent 10, 12 minutes in there seeing his grandson, and then Mike took him into the manager's office to meet Bob Melvin. So Yaz wanted to meet Bob, and Bob just said it was just kind of a thrill to have been here. You know, he played the last year of his career at Fenway Park with the Red Sox and did clear that left field wall one time as a member of the Sox, so which was also kind of a thrill, he said. But anyway, so Carl was here, and I asked Mike about it, and I mean, Carl, number one, he's only about the moment and today, and maybe what he might think about doing tomorrow, and he doesn't like spending a bunch of time talking about memories and the way it was and this and that and whatnot, which, for me, that would be all I'd want to talk to him about. Well, back in '67 in September, when he had one of the greatest months any hitter has ever had in the history of the game, and led the Red Sox in this incredible stretch run. They were a team that finished in 9th place. There were no divisions at that time. It was a 10-team league, and they finished in 9th place the year before. And they brought in a new manager, Dick Williams, who's now in the Hall of Fame. And he said, we're going to have a winning record. We're going to be competitive and maybe even a contender. Well, they did a little bit more than that, and they ended up, it was an incredible 4-team pennant race right down the stretch, and it went to the last day of the season where they needed a win at Fenway Park, and they got it. But Yaz must have hit 450 in September and was hitting big home runs day after day. He won the Triple Crown that year, won the batting average title, home run title, and RBI title, all of that same year, and did a lot of that in September. And there are famous stories. They called that the Impossible Dream team, and famous stories about big game on the weekend, and it was weather was beautiful, and people were down on the beaches, Cape Cod and closer in here, Nantasket Beach, and you could follow the game going up and down the beach. Everybody had the little transistor radios and whatnot, and listening to that game, and then Yaz hits this big home run, and then you hear this roar on the beach. So it was something that it was a shared experience for Red Sox Nation, as they call it now, and all of New England.
So it's a great story. Let's take a quick break and come back to John Miller at Fenway Park on Giants pregame on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, we are back. It's the Murph and Marcus pregame show with John Miller at Fenway Park, 10:35 first pitch. And Marcus, you were wondering about the pitcher, right?
Yeah, John, we got Kyle Harrison on the bump today. Giants obviously trying to get a win after back-to-back losses in Boston. Now, we heard Patrick Bailey break down Kyle Harrison's last performance against the Pittsburgh Pirates and said it's the best he's looked all season. So what do we need to see out of Kyle Harrison today for the Giants to get the win?
Yeah, we've been watching this growing up process since he first came up last year, and being a guy who is not just a guy who can throw it by hitters and get strikeouts and a lot of swing and miss, but a guy who can pitch and change speeds. And even when he doesn't have his best stuff, which I think might be part of what Bailey was talking about in that last start, because he did not have his best stuff, although he did start striking people out. But I think he had some rough going early on, but seemed to find himself when he needed it most in the clutch. So no walks was the big thing, and no home runs either. So I think his control and his ability to stay off the fat part of the bat was very much evident. So he'll need that today, because this Red Sox team is playing its very best ball of the year right now. And historically, left-handers, Fenway is not kind. You've got that, it's kind of intimidating for a left-hander anyway with all these right-handed bats, because that wall in left field, it looks like it's right behind shortstop when you're on the mound. I've had so many pitchers who have said that over the years, and that can be a little intimidating. So anyway, and I hope he's great and has fun with it, because the Giants need that.
Yeah, he was out signing the Green Monster as a 22-year-old kid out of Danville and De La Salle. Last couple minutes here, John, just looking at the lineup today, Wilmer Flores is in for Lamont Wade Jr. Did Bo Mel address that in the show, or is that just something, I don't know, is that anything of note?
No, nothing that I heard about. I asked him before we tape the show every day, I said, anything new? Everybody all right? And this and that. Yeah, nothing new, and everything's fine. And so that would have been a good question to ask him, though.
Bob, get DC, go get him. Go get him. Yeah, John, have you signed the inside of the Green Monster?
I've never been in there all this time. I have been in one of these there's little tunnels and private. Have you ever see a movie where there's like an old mansion and then they have little secret panels? You slide something on a bookcase and the whole fireplace turns, and you go into a secret tunnel. They had like secret rooms like that. Oh. The owner, Tom Yawkey, the general manager, and whatnot, those guys used to be able to go in. And when I did the Baltimore games, I had done the Red Sox games. And there was a lawyer. I was having a divorce, and a lawyer was, I guess, trying to serve me with some kind of some papers. And the guy who ran Fenway Park, the security guy, he came in and says, John, we have a federal marshal out here who wants to serve you with papers. Now, we don't have to let him in, and we have ways we could get you out of here after the game, and nobody will be any the wiser. And so I really wanted to go down just to see all that stuff and go through some of those secret tunnels and whatnot. But then I thought, well, maybe I should find out what he's trying to serve me. At least, I better get that out of the way. So I failed to have my chance when it was right there for me. And so anyway, the Fenway Park, there's and now Dave's brother, of course, he's a broadcast. I'm going to maybe impose on him, see if he can get me down there before
the secret tunnels, man. Oh, that's such a great story. All right, well, listen, what a place to be on a spring afternoon. So we will let you go. Call a great game. Thanks, John, and have a great trip to Philadelphia.
Yeah, thanks, John.
All right, all the best. Thanks.
There he is, John Miller.
What a story.
Incredible. And how about the Boston guy? We got ways to get you out of here.
They'd be none the wiser.
Hey, man, I started thinking about Whitey Bulger and Jack Nicholson in The Departed right there. Holy moly, what a story.
Dude.
John Miller always delivers. All right, so we got it. Hey, award-winning Diamond Notes next as the pregame show continues. The Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, it's the Murph and Marcus pregame award-winning Diamond Notes. So let's dive in. Boucher, you ready to go? Starting pitchers is what I get first, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Who are the Red Sox going with this crazy pitching staff Andrew Bailey has? How about number 25, right-hander Josh Winkowski. That's right, I said it. Josh Winkowski making his 10th appearance of the season. It's only his third start. He's a 25-year-old right-hander with a 3.50 ERA, 19 strikeouts, and 8 walks. He was drafted by the Toronto Blue Jays in 2016 in the 15th round. So I call him a journeyman, but he's only 25 years old. Opposing him in the orange and black is the kid at Adela, Kyle Harrison, 22-year-old left-hander, making his 7th start of the season. 2-1 with a 4.09. Don't forget, he's trying to repeat his last start, which was awesome. 6 scoreless innings against the Pittsburgh Pirates. 7 strikeouts, no walks, Marcus. So there's your starting pitchers.
And the Giants need to add some run support for Kyle Harrison this morning. So it's time to look at Who's Hot, sponsored by Valley Heating, cooling, electric, and solar, locally and family owned for 62 years. And Murph, this morning, we're going with Michael Conforto, who leads the team with 16 RBIs, and his 5 home runs are tied for the team lead with Jorge Soler, and his 29 hits are tied for the team lead with Jung Hoo Lee. And get this, Mikey Conforto is our hot player of the day, and he likes it when he's hot outside. He's gone 15 for 46 with a 326 batting average in the 5 home games he's played in this year. Day games that I'm talking about, 6 doubles and 3 home runs have come in day games, Murph.
All right, buddy. And the keys of the game, sponsored by Stevens Creek Infinity, where luxury is affordable. Visit StevensCreekInfinity.com for obtainable luxury without the high price tags. This is kind of the marching order every game. Keep the ball on the ground, because with another ground ball double play last night, the Giants have forced 31 this season, 3rd most in Major League Baseball and 2nd in the National League behind St. Louis. Marcus.
Murph, it's time to hit the lumber, and hitting the lumber is sponsored by Dolan's Lumber, Doors, and Windows, the #1 choice for Bay Area building industry professionals and homeowners since 1965. Visit DolanLumber.com. And Murph, we're hitting the lumber today with Patrick Bailey. He's batting .278 with 3 doubles, 2 home runs, 6 RBIs, and 4 runs in his last 10 games. He's hitting in the 5 spot today. Keep an eye on Patrick Bailey.
All right, Patty Barrels, go do your thing. All right, coming up, more award-winning Diamond Notes. We still have our player to bank on, our X Factor, and the out-of-town scoreboard as Diamond Notes continue and Murph and Marcus continue on the pregame on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. More Diamond Notes here. It's time for the player to bank on, sponsored by Poppy Bank, located throughout California. Poppy Bank is here to help you hit your financial goals. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Who else would you bank on than the starting pitcher? Kyle Harrison's 2-1 with a 4.09 ERA. Giants 4-2 in his starts this season, having won each of the last 3.
Ooh, and Murph, you stole my X Factor for the day, but we'll go in a different direction. Today's X Factor is, of course, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix, progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in, 1-800-GAMBLER. And today's X Factor is to just put the ball in play. Please. The Boston Red Sox lead Major League Baseball with 25 errors this season, but the Giants have not been putting the ball in play. They've struck out 54 times in their last 6 games, and in each of those 6 games, they've struck out at least 7 times as a team.
Damn, dude. Did you just go off script with that Red Sox error stat?
That's all me, Murph. Top of the dome.
Nice work, buddy. And then finally, we'll wrap up these few times we get to do award-winning Diamond Notes with the out-of-town scoreboard. NorCal, brought to you by NorCal Toyota. Let's go places with the Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. How about a live look-in on the Rockies-Marlins tilt? Bro, the 7-23 Rockies against the 8-24 Marlins.
Oof.
Now that's entertainment. Bottom 3, Rockies 3, Marlins 2. If you're interested, who is interested in the Rockies-Marlins game? By the way, those Rockies, Giants will see them shortly.
Ooh, shout out to our guy, Sammy Eustis.
Also, we have a big AL East tilt, Yankees at Orioles. That's this morning. They're in their warm-up right now, and that's at 10:05 a.m. How about that? Orioles 11-7 at Camden Yards, 19-11 overall. How about the O's have hit more home runs than any team in Major League Baseball this year?
Wow.
At Camden Yards here. Couple more Cubs-Mets today at New York. Chicago's gone 9-9 in road games, 19-12. Cubs have gone 13-3 in games they record 8 or more hits. That's an interesting stat Curly dug up. That game starts at 10:10 a.m. And by the way, the Cubs are 19-12. Mets are puddling along at 500. And then finally, Bruce Bochy's Rangers with a little morning tilt at 11:35. They are hosting the Washington Nationals. By the way, we thought the Nationals were pesky. They're still 15-15, better record than the Giants. And Bochy's Rangers have scraped up to 16-15, 9-9 at home. They've hit 34 bombs to rank 6th in the American League. Once again, 11:35 for your Boch special. And that, my friends, is your out-of-town scoreboard. And those are your award-winning Diamond Notes. And we will go with Around the Park next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.